Hello, everyone. My name is Mark from the Misplay Podcast, and you're listening to EternalJourney, everyone's favorite Eternal podcast.
Welcome to EternalJourney, the podcast.
Greetings, all my knights and punta ones out there. You are listening to EternalJourney, the podcast that talks about all things eternal with a focus on limited play. I'm your host, Jedi, and buckle up, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, get ready because it is episode 109 of the podcast, and we are doing our Revelations Common and Uncommon set review. This is going to be a doozy, so let's get right to it. But of course, joining me on the line, as usual, are my great friends, starting us off with our seasonal expert, best drafter in the podcast, John Holio. What's up, buddy?
Hey, I'm ready to get this thing going. We got a heck of a show for you guys, and we're going to record these back-to-back, so we got like an 8-hour day ahead of us here. So let's get this show on the road.
Let's do this. Sitting across from us on the internet is the host with the most, the man about town, the Darth Herman 2. How you doing, friend?
I'm doing well. How's it going, guys?
I'm good.
Excited to do some evaluating. All right, so first things first, before we jump in, I want to just give a giant thank you to all the supporters of the show and the stream. Of course, Jedi_EJ on Twitch. You can catch us every Thursday, Saturday, and Sunday. So thank you. Just thank you guys. You're awesome. It's one of the reasons why I enjoy streaming so much, putting up with me doing horrible goblin drafting and punting left and right so you guys can get better. So thank you for all that. No pack one, pick one, because this whole episode is going to be a giant pack one, pick one. One thing real quick we do want to go over is our grading scale. It's just kind of the thing. We're going to talk about each card individually if this is the first time you are joining us, but we are going to finalize it by giving it a group grade. So all three of us will kind of come down and zero in on a grade. That way you have an idea of where we sit, even though our arguments can go in either direction. So starting us off with A's. These are the bombs of Limited. These are the cards that you are super excited to open and add into your deck. These are the cards that can get you ahead when you're behind, break parity, and seal the deal if you are ahead. Things like Lord Steyer's Tower and the Speaking Circle.
All right, that takes us down to the next level of grades, which are B's. These include cards such as Efficient Removal or Powerful Units, Auto Tread, and Martial Efficiency are examples of these. They also make you want to play that color. They lead you into that direction.
Yeah, and then you got your C's, which are, your Pawns of Limited, your medium card. You're happy to include in your deck. Also, some combat tricks, cards like Maveloft Elite and Replicated Sellsword from the last set.
Next down is the D's, cards that sometimes end up in your deck. They are begrudgingly playables. Stormhawk Battalion and D'Angelo Counterfeiter are examples of these.
And then you've got your sad Fs, cards that you are just better off not including in your deck for the most part. Usually you'd rather play a power over these. Cards such as Shadow Sea Rising and Gatecrash Trooper.
All right, leads to the special grade of Builder Round, cards that are quite strong if you have the support around them. Cards such as Shoal Stirrings, Watchwing Support, and Call on Allies.
And finally, sometimes we'll give a market grade, which means this is something you still might prioritize in the draft, but you're not going to run it main deck. You're only going to prioritize it if you already have market access, which has definitely gone down in this set, but still exists. And so those are, powerful niche cards, such as Hookblade Infuser was like a unit you'd always put in the market last set if you had a Shadow Grafter, and then cards like Inferno Dance, which sometimes can just win you the game and sometimes are terrible.
Thank you, gentlemen. Much appreciated. Last thing I do want to mention is that if you are listening to the podcast version of this show, you can also check it out on YouTube, where you can see all the cards that we're going to be talking about on the screen for you if you're a more visually based person. But that's going to do it, guys. So let's go ahead and dive right in, starting off with fire. I'm going to go straight through the Eternal collection organizer, so to speak, but I'm pretty sure it's the same on Eternal Warcry if you want to follow along that way. First up is fire, and we have Rune of Flame. This is a cycle of power for each faction, but they all do different things. So I think for the sake of simplicity, we're going to go ahead and just evaluate them individually as they come up. Rune of Flame is a gain fire influence, and it's depleted unless you have played a sigil this game. Then amplify 5, play char. So the interesting thing about this is if it does come into play undepleted, you are able to play this as your 5th power and play that char for the amplify effect, because obviously playing the power is free. You can also amplify it twice. So if you happen to draw this late in the game where you have 10 power, you can play 2 chars. And I believe that covers everything. So John, let's go ahead and start off with you because you're really good about power bases. Where are you at on Rune of Flame?
Okay, so you basically said it all, as far as runes in general, like they're just pretty great in draft, generally speaking. I did rate them individually as well. I gave this one a B minus. This one's, possibly the best of the bunch, and maybe tied or something with one of them. I think, a free char is always something you can use because it can go face, right? So even if it doesn't have a unit target, that'll forward your game plan in any game of limited. And this is one I'd probably play in my deck even if I'm not playing fire.
Interesting. The thing I like about the rune design is that it doesn't cost you the power, right? We see that with the standards where sometimes I didn't want to play a standard because if my deck went up to 6 and 7, it essentially, obviously, once I hit 5, turned it into a spell. Granted, those spells were very powerful, but sometimes you did want the power, or you were forced to play depleted power early, so it, didn't transmute over. Versus this is always going to be a power, and then has the option of giving you that upside. Alex, what do you think?
I'm right there with John at a B minus. If you're in red, you want as many of these as you can get. I mean, I'd play 5 if I had them, and they're splashable even. So yeah, I like these a lot.
Nice. Yeah, I put it at a C plus just because I was a little, 2 power or 2 damage can finish off. There's power there, right? It can go face, it can finish off unit combat, it can pick off a small flyer, a small unit, something with deadly, and it's just a free card still. So that's why I put it at a C plus, but you guys can talk me up to a B minus. I think that's fine because at the end of the day, it doesn't cost you a card in your deck either, right? So I think I'm good with a B minus for Rune of Flame.
Cool.
Next up, we have Agile Strike. This is, I should say Agile Strike is a 1 fire fast spell. Deal 1 damage, period. Give a unit or weapon in your hand +1 attack permanently. So it could deal at 1 power for 1 damage anywhere and then additional buff. Yeah, I don't like this card. I mean, it's probably going to see some play, so I gave it a D instead of an F, but even I think with a bunch of X1s, I don't feel like it's worth a card in your deck to play this personally. Alex, you're our aggro specialist. Is Agile Strike something you want to put in your deck?
No, I'm at a D as well. I mean, begrudgingly. I might have to at some point, but no, I don't like it.
I also
John?
gave it a D. It's in the technically interaction category for me where I will play it if I have to, but hopefully I don't.
Yeah, nothing much about that card. This card, though, I think is going to be a little interesting. Next up, we have a Raging Jackal. This is a 2/1 Grenadine Jackal at uncommon for 1 fire. And then it has Valor, which is the first instance of our new mechanic. Valor is the mechanic where a unit will get a +1/+1 this turn for every unit blocking it. So if you have 1 unit blocking it, it will get a +1/+1. If 2 units block it, it will get a +2/+2. And luckily the UI will show you that as soon as you select blocks. Before you lock them in, it will adjust the Valor. One other thing is it does only work in attack mode. It doesn't work when a unit is blocking. Yeah, I just gave this guy a straight C. I think it's the card that the aggressive decks want, and it kind of plays out like a 2-drop, right? We have played 2/1s for 2. This one is a little bit better because it's able to attack as a 3/2. Not really something you want to block with. Jackal obviously is not a relevant tribe, but Grenadine might be in this set to an extent. So yeah, I think this card, I think the aggressive decks are going to like it, but it's still a pretty horrible top deck later in the game, like most 2-drops are and 1-drops. So I think I just gave it a straight filler C. John, let's send it to you. What do you think?
I agree completely. Normally a 2-1 for 1 is not even a C, but the Valor kind of brings us up to playable category, right? So yeah, it's just a straight up C card for me.
Alex?
I had it at lower. I have it at a D. I mean, I'll put it in some decks, especially if it's a super aggressive deck, but it still gets blocked pretty easily by every 2-drop, which is what a 2-1 for 1 it happens anyway. So it's like Valor on a 1 toughness thing is kind of like So I don't like it too much. I'm at a D, but I can come up a little bit,
Okay.
Sure.
C minus, John?
That's fine with me. Yeah, hopefully you're running it with, alongside Warcry and things where it'll just naturally get a little buffed. But yeah,
right.
The fail case is kind of sad. You're not wrong.
Next up, we have Sentinel Mold. This is a 1 fire relic at uncommon. When you play a unit, the top unit of your deck gets +1 attack permanently. Pay 3 to increase that ability by 1 attack. So you pay 3, it goes up to 2, pay 3 again, it goes up to 3 attack, etc., etc. You have to play unit to trigger. I gave this card an F. I think it's just way too slow, way too clunky. We saw this on a unit to an extent that triggered off a surge in the previous set, and it was just okay at best, and you still had a body to do something. This thing's a relic, and then you have to pay 3, and it's like, well, it's a power sync late in the game, but how many units are you really going to be playing that late in the game? Yeah, I don't like this card. I gave it an F. Alex, did tell me I'm wrong?
I gave it an F, and I also I didn't really have much things to say about it, so I'm just at an F.
John, you kind of chuckled.
I thought I might be low on it compared to you guys, but I guess I'm high on it. I give it a D. I mean, I think it's bad, but I mean, it is a 1-cost relic, and it can do some stuff. I don't think it's just complete trash. I don't really see myself trying to play this card or anything, but yeah, I gave it a D. But you guys can talk me down for sure. I feel like the card has an identity crisis, right? Like it's kind of an aggressive card, but it's also a slow card inherently, and I don't know. I think you can do it could do some work like in a flyer heavy controlling deck, but that's not usually what you're trying to do with fire. Yeah, identity crisis card.
Yeah, and then maybe it works with when you're done with it. There's some kind of sack a relic synergy that I don't know. Whatever. Let's move on. Next up, probably the cutest card in the set. There's one other card in the set that's giving a run for its money, but this one's high up there, is Spiny Grenadine. This is a 1/1 Grenadine beast at common for 1 fire. Entomb, create, and draw a power burst. John, let's send it back over to you. What do you think of Spiny Grenadine?
I don't like this little guy. I give him a D-. It's very filler card for me. It's a bad statted 1-drop, and you can't really use the ramp when you want necessarily, because it's an entomb, right? So there's a chance it's still sitting on the board, and you're like, I want this power burst, and your opponent might notice that you're kind of stuck on power and let this attack a few times or something just to prevent that. I don't know. It's just kind of a filler card for me.
Alex?
Yeah, I mean, red does have some expensive, nice payoffs, but still, I gave it a D.
Yep, I gave it a D as well. So, John, you're good with the D?
Sure.
All right, Spiny Grenadine, you get a D. This card is definitely not a D. This is Blitzstone, is a 2 fire relic. Summon, deal 2 damage to an enemy unit. When you play a unit, sacrifice Blitzstone to give it +1 attack and charge this turn. So a couple of things of note, both the charge and the +1 attack are until end of turn. 2, you can't choose. It forces you. Doesn't matter. Whatever the next unit is, it will sack the Blitzstone to cause that to happen. The only thing I can't say is whether if you have something like Consuming Greed, which obviously is not in the format right now, but I'm not sure which one triggers first, if it sacks it or you can stack it to greed. I'm not 100% sure. We'll have to wait. I don't think there's anything in the set that does a similar effect, but yeah, that's pretty much it. And then only unit can't go face. Alex, talk to us about Blitzstone.
So this is a pretty good removal card for an aggressive red deck specifically, which is nice that it's a red card. As long as you sequence things correctly. So that being said, it is only 2 damage, so it's it's only getting rid of little things, so little roadblocks that you might have in the way for an aggressive deck. So that's why it does keep it in the C range for me. I give it a C+.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I think it is great in the fire aggressive decks because it gets a small blocker out of the way, and then if you do have, let's say you're on turn 5, you have 5 power, play this, kill a blocker, play a 3-drop, and charge in there for extra damage. You can finish a unit post combat with it, right? And then hold the charge till maybe the following turn for a big unit or maybe a flyer. But there's also that awkward spot where if you really are kind of waiting on that charge, which sometimes you're just going to not, you're going to play a unit into it, not take advantage of the charge, that's fine. But it could potentially make things a little awkward sometimes. John, anything to add on Blitzstone?
Not really. I think you guys covered it pretty well. I do like this card. I gave it a B-, so a little higher than Alex.
Yep, and I gave it a C+ as well, just because of the 2 damage. That's the only thing, but I think this card is great. So let's just even out a C+ for now, but I can easily see this going up to a B- if fire ends up proving to be one of the stronger colors.
Sure.
There's also another way to do 2 damage in this set that we're going to talk about. That's a sweet card soon. But first, moving on, we have Blood Spear Foot Soldier. This is a 3/1 Oni soldier for 2 fire. And Valor. That's it. So it's 3/1 with Valor. So when it attacks, it gets a +1/+1 for each unit blocking it. John, what do you think of a 3/1 Valor?
Yeah, I think this card's fine. It's like a straight up C for me, right? It's just on rate. It's this set's version of the 3/1 for 2 and fire, but this time it can attack into 1/3s and 1/1s, right? That's pretty big.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Yep. One thing I will add is that I like higher attack units a little more in this set specifically because of Valor, right? 1/1s or 1/1s and 1/2s are can easily get outclassed and prove to be a problem versus something like a 3/1 has a better chance of dealing with units with Valor. So it can, for example, block a 2/2 with Valor.
Mm-hmm. That's a good point.
So that's something that I've learned for sure. Alex, anything on Foot Soldier?
No, I mean straight up C. I mean it dies to most by being blocked by most other 2-drops, unless it has random stats like what John said. But yeah, so it's just a C.
Yep, that's exactly where I have it on as well. Blood Spear Foot Soldier gets a C. So this is the card I was excited about early, both for the artwork and what it does. And I gotta say, it's proven to be worth its weight. This is Detonation Cannon. This is a +2/+1 relic weapon for 2 fire. Amplify 3, play Detonate. And Detonate deals 4 damage to the enemy player. Of note, when you amplify this multiple times, it does deal with multiple versions of Detonate, but they do trigger at the same time. I can't remember if there's Fade Ages in this set or not, but they do all happen at the same instant, so one Aegis will cancel them all out. And of course, once again, it can only go face. So, you're not getting 4 damage to a unit or something like that. But
Jedi, there is a primal common that grants face Aegis that we'll talk about later.
Oh, yeah, that's right. The 1/4, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, yeah, that's right. Thank you. So yeah, this card is fantastic. It's good early because you could just play it for 2, get a blocker out of the way. If you have nothing else to do on 3 or 5, you just go ahead and do 4 to the face. That can add up in a red deck. And then drawing this thing late, you're like, oh man, the 2/1 weapon is horrible. But the fact that you can just do 8 to their face, this card is, it's almost like the send for the reserves for this set. Now, whether it proves to be that strong or not, I don't know yet. But man, this card is really good. I went ahead and gave it a B-. I did. Man, I just like it everywhere in the curve. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree completely. I like this card a lot. It's like a 2/1 weapon that you'll play multiple copies of in a deck, which is kind of weird, right? And be happy about it because it exactly scales as the game goes. It's so cool. I gave it a B. I like it a lot.
All right, Alex.
So because it's still just 2 damage, I gave it a C plus. I get all the late game stuff. I mean, it's really good for a red deck, but yep, that's why it's still in the C range for me.
Sweet, our first split card. And yeah, I guess we all even out in the middle with B minus for Detonation Cannon, as we're going to be detonating some opponents' faces. Next up, a card that I didn't think was going to be that good till I saw it played is Anoa's Fury. This is a 2-fire fast spell. Play a +2 weapon on one of your units. It gets quick draw this turn. So of note, it gets quick draw for the turn, which means it's great on attacking, not so great on blocks, but the +2 weapon is permanent as long as the unit survives combat. Alex, what do you think of the Anoa's Fury?
I like this combat trick a lot. A trick that lets you win combat on the offensive. You can still use it defensively, even though it's not great. The stats will stay on offense, which is nice. So I give it a C plus. So it's pretty good for a combat trick.
Yeah, that's exactly where I put it at, John.
Same.
Sweet. Yep. Anoa's Fury, you get a C plus. Yeah, the card is good. Not as good on defense, but still good. Next up, we have Recycle. This is a 2-fire fast spell at uncommon. Sacrifice a unit or relic to play 3 1/1 Grenadines. So, John, this kind of feels like your kind of card. What do you think of Recycle?
Yeah, I think Recycle's pretty sweet. It's pretty tricky, right? Like, this lets you ambush with 3/3 worth of stats that you can kind of split around. Is one way to use it, right? And that's a pretty powerful effect. Obvious downside is you have to have a unit in play to sacrifice or a relic. I mean, that's not that difficult to pull off in this set. So that's kind of interesting that it does relics too.
They're not good at ambushing Valor units, though.
Facts, right? 1/1s are so bad just against Valor and Valor period. So, but yeah, I'm pretty high on this. Like, as a 3/3 for 2 fast speed like trick kind of thing. I think it's pretty legit. I give it a C plus.
Okay, yeah, I gave it a C. I think it's going to see some play. I think there's some applications to it. I just don't know how valuable the 3 bodies or the 3 grenadines are yet in the format. So, and it could, I think you mentioned, right, they can negate a removal spell, right? They try to kill your unit and you just sack it in response.
But just the fact that it's a fast sack, right? Like, that's just kind of inherent to those kind of cards.
Yeah. Makes your chump blocks a little bit better as well, right? You're getting some value out of them. Alex, anything to add on Recycle?
No, I mean, I guess I would just start at a baseline C, but from how I've seen the card play out already, I think I have to give it a C plus so far.
Okay, then I will come up to a C plus for Recycle. Next up, we have Awakened Instigator. This is a 2/2 Awakened at uncommon for 3 fire. No idea if Awakened does anything special yet. It's still just straight up lore and flavor text. When you attack with exactly 2 units, Awakened Instigator gets +3 attack permanently. So play the 2/2, it becomes a 5/2, then it becomes an 8/2, and then it dies to like 3 different things in the format already. Alex, what do you think of Awakened Instigator?
So I generally don't like this guy. I give it a C minus because it is gonna, it is a 3-drop that has a big attack power potentially. So pairing it with Stone Scar, if you can easily give it unblockable with their rune, with the shadow rune. Other than that, it's pretty not so good. The butt's always going to stay at 2, so it's a C minus unless you have evasion or whatever. But I don't really think it's a build around though. So I just gave it a C minus.
It goes kind of decent with Anoa's Fury, right?
Giving
a 5/2 quick draw,
yeah.
But obviously not giving it overwhelm is kind of a bummer. And then if you just scythe slash it, then it's still going to die. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I've seen this card really pop off in a lot of draft games. I was my initial impression was closer to Alex's, but I don't know. I rated it a C plus actually. And that's assuming that you're gonna have some support for its effect, right? I want some ways to give it evasion, and I also want other units that can attack, to make its effect pop off. Like every time I've seen this, it's been at least a 5/2, like, and a 5/2 for 3 in an aggressive deck is like something you're usually okay playing. And I think there's enough support cards where you can make this like scary good. So C+ for me, but I could come down.
No, it's fine. So we'll meet in the middle. I had just an even C.
Sure.
So yeah, well, Awakened Instigator, you get a C. Of note, I didn't mention it before, but there is it's kind of a new mechanic, but not really keyworded, but there is a theme here. A lot of units, or not a lot, but there are units that care about when you attack with exactly 2 units in this format. So just keep that in mind as we go forward. Kind of makes flyers or evasive units a little bit better to help get in there. The 2 units, I think in all cases, -1, right, which is the reckless green one. They don't have to be the ones attacking. They can be one of the 2, but they don't necessarily have to. So you can trigger their ability the turn you play them and attack with 2 other units that aren't.
I think that's correct. It's just the one that requires one of the units to be itself.
Yeah. Okay. Next up, we have Evoker, which is a little exciting guy here. Is a 2/3 mage uncommon for 3 fire. Stealth, which is another new mechanic, which means when you play this unit, you can see it, but your opponent cannot. It'll be a very generic. It doesn't know their stats. It doesn't know what unit it is until something happens to essentially reveal it. This could be you targeting it dealing combat or blocking, or correction, it dealing damage or receiving damage in combat, or any kind of spell or ability targeting it, whether it's on your side or the opponent's side. All those things will cause the unit to reveal itself. So that is stealth. There are 2 variants of it, one on 3 and one at 5, that we'll talk about when we come across it. But for right now, this one is a 3-cost stealth. Ultimate, at the start of your turn, reveal Evoker to play Ruinous Burst. So a note here, of course, is that it is mandatory. It is required. You do not have the choice at the start of your turn. If Evoker is still stealth, it will reveal itself, and then you get to cast Ruinous Burst, which is 1 damage to 2 separate targets, including your opponent. Man, I felt like I was long-winded about that. I'm not sure if I had to be or not. So, Alex, what do you think of Evoker?
So yeah, C+. There's plenty of targets for this guy. Maybe it would have been too much to ask to like let you choose between Char or Ruinous Burst. So that would be pretty neat. But yeah, it's still good. C+. I like it.
Yeah, the 2/3 body is a little lackluster. Just the scotch, it's not horrible. We've seen it before, but I think the fact that it's tacking on a relevant spell could do some work. Of note as well, Ruinous Burst is a good way of breaking other stealth units, or correction, revealing other stealth units, or breaking Aegis. And there are a couple of X ones in this format, so I think there's some value there. John, what do you think, John?
Apologies. I think you guys have basically covered this card. The stats are like a pretty big turn off to me though for my 3-drop. So I just rated this guy a C. Like it kind of evens out in my mind as like a playable card, but
okay. I'm willing to come down to a C. I think we can do that. We'll do a generic C for Evoker with the ability for it to go up, and this may be one of the cards that goes up and down in value as the sets kind of or the different iterations of the set based on how many X ones they put in the Eternal packs.
Yeah, like I don't know about how y'all's games are playing out, but I know my opponents are actively just trying to unhide my stealth units, right? So like. This guy, the ultimate doesn't even trigger half the time I play him.
Yeah, very good point. Thank you for, I don't know if I mentioned that or not. I don't think I did, but yes, if anything should reveal your stealth unit prior to the time that it says to trigger its ultimate, it won't trigger its ultimate. It's very specific because it says at the start of your turn. So if it gets revealed at the end of your opponent's turn or in mid combat, then of course it will not trigger at the expected time, predetermined time. Anywho, we have another example of this in our next card, Last Line Defender. This is a 3/2 soldier for 3 fire, stealth, and then ultimate. At the start of your turn, there it is again, reveal Last Line Defender to play Power Burst. So Power Burst is significantly a weaker card. You can somewhat control it here because you know that you're going to get it the following turn. So it'll help you ramp from 3 to 5, or make sure you have that 4th power to play whatever 4 drop or 2 drops you have in your hand. A 3/2 for 3 is more serviceable, I think, than a 2/3. Just because, once again, higher attack is better when dealing with a world with a bunch of Valor units. So the fact that, kind of like going off of what you mentioned earlier, John, as far as Power Burst not being great when you can't control when you trigger, obviously you can't, there's still a little bit of randomness to when this thing will or will not trigger, because your opponent can obviously force you to block or target it with something, but you kind of, if all goes well, you know you're going to get that power next turn. So I think this card is better than Evoker, but not by much. So I just gave it a straight C. What do you think, John?
I think this card is worse than Evoker, and I gave it a C- because, like, for the same reason, right? Like, my opponents are going to mess with this half the time anyway, and then I have a 3/2 for 3, and that just makes me so sad. I like the opportunity of playing Ruinous Burst, I think, better than a Power Burst in most cases. Like, I don't know. I'm usually not even playing many 4 drops, in my aggressive decks, right? And I don't know. It's just the fact that it's like a one-off ramp. Like, do I even have a card that I can in my hand that can utilize this ramp? Like, that's the other side of this equation, right? Like, whereas the Ruinous Burst kind of stands alone. So I give it a C-.
Fair point. Fair point. Alex, where are you at on Last Line Defender?
Yeah, I gave it a C for those same reasons. Like, what if you have nothing to ramp into? Just straight C for me.
Okay, I think that evens us out at a C, because I give a C as well. Yep. So Last Line Defender, you get a C. All right, where am I? Here we go. Oh, sorry, there we go. Mercenary Vanguard is next. This is a 2/3 soldier for 3 fire. When you attack with exactly 2 units, they each deal 1 damage to the enemy player. Alex, where are you at on Mercenary Vanguard?
So I give it a C+. It's like kind of usually like a red deck would want to go wide, but I guess it does pay you off for just attacking with 2 things pretty good. Those pings definitely add up. So yeah, I like this guy a lot. C+.
Okay, John?
I also gave it a C+. Yeah, like this card is like sneaky good if you have some additional support for it, right? Like, less go wide, more, focus on certain units, have some ways to get them in, or have one of them be evasive. Like, if you pair this, for example, with like a 1/1 vampire bat with flying, then your pings those pings have lifesteal, so it's further swinging, the game in those cases. Like, so there's additional synergies here as well. There's other things that care about units hitting your opponent and things like that. So yeah, this could be even better in certain decks than just a C+.
Yep. And you mentioned that at the tail end there. If you have units that care about units hitting your opponent specifically, this will allow them to trigger once or even twice. So yeah, I think that's solid. And that's where I was at as well on it. Mercenary Vanguard, you get a C+. Next up, we have Rampaging Commando, which is a 3/1 soldier for 3 fire. Stealth, and then ultimate. At the start of your turn, reveal Rampaging Commando to play Rampage, which is a +3/+1 fast spell with Overwhelm, or give your unit Overwhelm. John, tell us a little bit about Rampaging Commando.
Yeah, so I'm kind of middle of the road on this one compared to those other ones, and ultimately we ranked those as C as well. But I gave this one a C. I think it's like just on rate, and like that ultimate is pretty legit, but obviously the 1 health it can be a liability, which is not a great thing for your 3 drop. So like, it kind of has those highs and lows that kind of even out for me at a perfect C.
Yeah, and I feel like you're always going to find a way 85% of the time to make use of that Rampage, whether you're swinging 1 or 2 drops to kind of make them trade up, or you get them free damage. Sometimes they're just gonna have a big board, you can't do anything. Maybe you have a flyer, etc., etc. Shoot, put it on itself and attack with it. So yeah, I gave it exactly a C as well. Alex, where are you at?
So I know like any of the damage based reveal the stealth unit on this unit would just kill it, and then you lose the rampage. But if the rampage is going off and I'm like attacking in an aggressive deck, it's what I want to be doing, exactly what I want to be doing. So I gave it a C plus, but I mean I could definitely come down a little bit.
Yeah, let's go ahead and just give Rampaging Commando an even C, which is interesting. I think, man, I feel like the meta as a whole, and not to get too deep into it, but right now I feel like people are kind of starting to solidify that if you see a stealth, you just pop it as immediately as possible or as soon as possible. I think is the default that people are going to. At least that's what I've been trying to do in my play style and what I've felt like I've seen from my opponents. So that does make something like Rampaging Commando a little more of a liability as well.
Yeah, and people are actively already drafting cards that they would have otherwise put less emphasis on if that card has some way of pinging or otherwise, I call it touching, a unit, which in this case reveals stealth units. It's any effect that would normally pop an Aegis or whatever. And I think people are already prioritizing those effects where they wouldn't normally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and a new dynamic of the new format, right?
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of new formats, we have a 4/2 Sentinel by the name of Retrofitted Sentinel. The sick premium artwork is a 4 fire Sentinel at uncommon. Then summon, give Retrofitted Sentinel charge, or give the top unit of your deck +2/+2. So this one was interesting. Alex, where did you settle on a Retrofitted Sentinel?
So I like this unit a lot. For a red deck, it either lets you stay aggressive and beat face if your opponent is trying to race you and you have an opening for 4 damage, or you can change gears and give something on the top of your deck +2/+2, which might help you break through the stall that the red deck tends to get into late game. So I kind of like it a lot because of that. So I gave it a B-, but I could be crazy.
Ooh. Okay. All right. Fair enough. That is bold. John, what about you?
Yeah, I like this guy as well. I just gave it a C+. I don't know. It still costs 4 for a 4/2. But yeah, it's both of its kind of modes, I guess you'd call them, are both good. There's some times where you'll just get the Alpha Strike with the fact that it has charge, and I think in any other case you're going to want that stats buff kind of as a fallback. But yeah, it's a good card, C+ for me.
Yep, you guys covered it. I gave it a C+ as well. So Alex, can we talk you down?
Yeah, of course.
C+ for Retrofitted Sentinel. Still not 100% sure on this guy. Sentinel Sifter is next. This is the 3/3 Sentinel for 4 fire. Ultimate, pay 5 to give one of your units double damage. It is an ultimate, so you can only do it once, but you are the one that activates it when you are ready to. And yeah, it costs 5, but it is permanent. So if you have a way to recur the unit or whatnot, it lasts. It could place it on itself as well. It just says a unit. It could be itself or another unit. Alex, what would you think of Sentinel Sifter?
Like you said, you could give it to itself. So for 9 power, you have a 3/3 double damage guy. You can, give it to a flyer. You can like win a game late. But I don't think this card is very good. I gave it a D+.
Ooh, wow. Okay. All right.
Hey.
John, what about you?
I'm like close enough. Like I'm right there. I give it a C-, right? Like I don't think it's quite in the D category. As a 3/3 for 4 is kind of playable. But yeah, it's a little anemic, and like the 5 cost on the ultimate means it's really hard to like do that plus something else in the same turn, right? Like a Scythe Slash and the ultimate, cost 7. So yeah, it's just a little slower than I would prefer. So it's just a C- for me.
Fair. I gave it just a straight C.
Okay.
The 3/3 for 4 isn't amazing. You're not really happy about that, but it's not the worst. And the fact that it gives you a little bit of advantage later, but I think you guys both sold me on it. I think, yeah, I think it's a little too clunky. So I can go to C- for Sentinel Shifter. And Sifter, and there aren't a lot of ways to get overwhelmed on a unit, and of course your opponent could potentially see it coming because it's on board, etc., etc. Okay, this card I am not particularly high on, to be honest with you. This is Soaring Pressure, is a 3/1 Valkyrie at uncommon for 4 fire. Flying, amplify 2, play a +2 weapon on another one of your units.
Wonk wonk.
Yeah. A 3/1 for 4 is not great. Honestly, I feel like it's more of a liability. Even if it's evasive, that one X1 is dangerous. And then, so if you're playing this thing on 6, you're just giving a +2 to one of your other. Yeah, I don't like this card. If I'm being completely honest with you guys, like I gave it a C-, but I feel like it's more of a D+. If that, I don't know. John, where are you at on Soaring Pressure?
I feel like I may have forced a C. Like I was also thinking closer to C- and D area with this guy. Like I'm not high on it for the same reasons, right? Like if you could give the weapon to itself, I think this would be fine, right? But it's just a glorified Vainglory patrol, right?
Mm-hmm.
And like it seems like there's I don't want to say a lot, but enough decks are playing like 1/4 and flyers, which this thing just immediately gets shut down by that. And plenty of people are prioritizing ping effects, like we already talked about, just from other cards in the set. So you're not wrong that it's kind of a liability. What's your grade, Alex?
I mean, like, I was at a C, I guess, but
Okay, so that's where I was initially here too. So, but
I mean,
yeah.
like,
So is it just a C then?
Sure.
It's like a pretty standard stat line, a 3/1 flyer for 4.
Right.
I mean, we put those in our decks. It's better than a D. It can finish a game.
You put those in your deck.
Yeah, like Vainglory has always been kind of a begrudgingly playable for me.
And then just tacking that like a little bit extra on it for, I mean, like whatever. Like, so it's like seems a little bit better than just a 3/1 for 4 because of that. But it's, there are so many ping effects, so I can go down to a C- for sure.
Yeah,
No, I'll trust you guys. If you guys both went C, verdict will be out.
Okay.
Verdict dependent. We'll go C with Soaring Pressure.
Sounds good to me.
All right, next up is Spear Frenzy Warrior, which is funny because she doesn't look frenzied at all, even though the artwork is super sick. Super Spear, I don't know why I keep wanting to say super. Spear Frenzy Warrior is an Oni warrior at 4 fire. She's a 4/3 with Reckless, Womp Womp, and Valor. Oh. I still don't like her. She's a beater. And I'll be honest with you, I totally did lose to her once. But it just happened to be one of those scenarios where I just drew all my 1Xs and 2Xs, and my opponent had all the combat tricks. But like, Reckless is such a liability. Maybe the fact that she attacks as a 5/4 and can't be double blocked that easily makes her better than I think. But I don't know. I'm so like, things that can't block and things that say Reckless really put a high tax on them for me personally. So I give her a C-. What do you think, John?
Yeah, I give her a straight up C, because I think even with the Reckless, I think it's like pretty legit, right? This is not an easy thing to block, and if it just trades with a deadly, I think that's fine. It was just a 4-drop, it wasn't like your bomb or anything. So like, I think if you think about the classic Basher deck from last format, I think I would be happy to play this in my 4 slot. If my deck was anything like that with support cards for attacking like combat tricks and whatnot. So I don't know. I think it's quite playable. There would be some games where it'll not have a good time, but there's not a ton of units that just eat this, right? Especially if you're able to play it on curve. So it's a C for me.
Okay. Alex, what do you think of Frenzied Warrior?
So in a super aggressive deck, I think it's quite good, like C+. I've seen it get outstatted though pretty quick. Like, I've played this unit a lot actually because I wanted to be good and I was trying aggressive decks, but once they have a big enough thing to block it, it's like wah, wah. So I gave it a C- because of the Reckless, basically.
All right, so 2 C minuses and a C equals a C minus for Spear Frenzy Warrior. And almost there, almost there. Next up is Challenger's Axe. This is a +3/+3 weapon at uncommon for 5 fire. Summon, give one of your other units +3/+3 this turn. So of note, you cannot give +6/+6 to the same unit. You have to put this on one and then pump the other. It is a lot of damage coming through, especially if you have berserk units or evasive units. The trick is trying to figure out whether you want to put where you want to put the axe and where you want to put the pump on it. But I want this card to be good, and it's done a little bit of work. But I think it's just like either a market card. Well, there's actually not that much market. There is market access, just not a lot of it. I feel like this is probably just a one of in most decks as like some kind of top end for aggressive deck. And even then, I give it a C, but I think it might be a little closer to a C minus. 6 damage is a lot, and it could definitely take over a game, if not win. But I'm not sure. What do you think, Alex? You've been trying some aggressive decks.
Yeah, I like one of in the deck. I think is quite good, especially in a red deck. It's like a rail driver with upside. And like the 3 of it stays, 3 of it is hasty on something else. It's just a lot of damage on turn 5. So yeah, for that I gave it a C plus.
Okay, goes good on Valor units, right?
Indeed.
John, what do you think of Challenger's Axe?
Yeah, I just gave it a C because it has the same problem of all weapons, but I think it's mitigated somewhat by its efficiency and that summon effect. So yeah, it's like you said, it's a great top end as a one of or whatever in your aggressive deck.
Sweet. All right, Challenger's Axe, you get a solid C from the crew. Then our final fire card is Lava Burst. This is a 6 fire spell at uncommon. Deal 6 damage, period. Lava Burst can't be negated or stopped by Aegis. John, let's send it back over to you, man.
Sure. So I think this, this going face goes a long way for it being flexible. So I'm pretty high on this. I gave it a B. Because it should kill basically anything, and it can also help you just end the game.
Solid. Alex, anything to add?
I mean, it's a great late game reach that can deal with a big threat. It just costs 6, so I gave it a C plus.
Okay, and I guess we're meeting in the middle because I gave it a B minus.
Perfect.
So Lava
you guys
Burst,
are the best.
Rocking it. Lava Burst, you get a B minus, and that rounds off Fire. Fire is well balanced, I think. A lot of highs, a lot of lows, and some things in between.
And a lot.
John and I, John and I were talking a little bit before the show, and we felt like we gave out a lot of C's this go around, like C plus, C minus, and C, but a lot of C's versus previous shows. Next up is time, and we're starting again with the rune. This time, the rune of relocation. This is a gain a time power, then depleted unless you have played a sigil this game. Amplify 5, play teleport, which is bounce a unit, or is it relic as well, or is it just unit?
It's unit.
Unit, yep.
And you can
just
bounce
your
your own units with teleport.
Yeah. So teleport can bounce either your unit or your opponent's unit, or, well, I guess it would reveal a stealth, but it would bounce it anyways. So let's send it over to you, Alex. What do you think of Rune of Relocation?
So like I said, with the other ones, if you're in time, I mean, who wouldn't mind having free teleports or pseudo free, whatever, teleport, I think gives this one a C plus in my book as far as the grade. I don't like it as much as Char or as much as the green one that will come up later, but yeah, this one's a C plus, but they're all good.
Yeah, I gave it a C plus as well. I gave them a little more credit because of the fact that they're free to have in your deck, even if they're not free to play. The teleport is pretty strong because of its flexibility. I've used it as a tempo play in the aggressive decks, right? Go 2-drop, 3-drop, 4-drop, then on turn 5, if I have no good 5-drop, I just play this and bounce their 4 or 5-drop and then swing. And then of course, if you're able to reset a stealth for an ultimate, or some kind of summon effect. There's some, or maybe knock off a weapon. So I think there's definitely some application for this one. I gave it a C+ as well. John?
I also gave it a C+, and don't really have anything to add with this one other than in my other 2 faction deck, I think I would splash, one of these in it. It's good enough for that.
Fair enough. All right.
Yep.
Rune of Relocation, you get a C+. Oh man, I'm gonna try not to talk a lot about this card, but behold the truth. Oh, it is a 1-time slow spell. There you go. Ta-da. But wait, there's more. Your units get +1/+1 and overwhelm this turn. But wait, there's more. Amplify 6, so 7 total. Your units get an additional +3/+3 this turn. So for 7 power at slow speed, all your units get +4/+4 and overwhelm this turn. This card is a monster. You have 3 units on the board. You're adding 12 power to your board. You have 4 or 5 units. Now you're talking about just having straight up lethal out of nowhere. I think this card is very powerful. I think you can make the argument that it's weak when you're behind. I will make the argument that it depends on the certain level, because there are sometimes that you're behind because there's a stalled board state and your opponent has some type of evasive unit, whether it's a flyer unblockable, that's kind of chipping away and you don't have a way of dealing with it, but neither of you can kind of get in standard combat, where this thing could out of nowhere just still steal the game, especially if your opponent's at 12 or 13 or 8. And then you guys are just staring each other down. There's a 2/2 flyer chipping away at you. Then all of a sudden you pump up your board to overrun numbers and then swing and get win. So this card is not absolutely amazing. I personally think it is, but I will admit that it's not absolutely amazing. But God, this thing can win so many games. And it's easy to splash because it's 1 time and you really don't want to play it till 7. You could play it on 1. Okay, I think I'm done. Someone else, John, you laughed at me. Tell me how bad this card is. Where's my grade? I think I gave it a B. Hold on. Yep, just gave it a straight B.
Okay. Yeah, that's exactly what I gave it as well. And I think I'm exactly as high on it as you. I mean, it's if you just plan for a board stall, right? Like if your deck is just gonna play a bunch of units and go wide, in a lot of games, this will close out a game. So I think this is a great finisher for 7. Yeah, I mean, you can't undersell the downside, which is like, if your board's not looking great, like at 7, this basically does nothing. But I think you can play your games out in a way and draft your deck in a way where this will be a high impact card the majority of the time. So B for me.
Yeah, and I mean, and sometimes it won't win you the game, but it'll decimate your opponent's board so badly that you end up winning the game in the next couple of turns, right?
That's good enough.
I think the fact that this tips the scale so much in your favor when you can play it, I think it's worth the risk of having it in your deck, Alex, are you gonna show us the light of the truth, or are you drinking the Kool-Aid as well?
No, I mean, I like this card a lot. But
smoking the hopium.
I have it as C+ because it costs 7, and your board has to be able to, like John said, accommodate it. Granted, if you have a lot of units out and it's a board stall and you play this for 7 and you win the game, but most 7 drops should do that for you anyways. The problem is that they cost 7. I kind of like the flexibility of it, playing it early when you have units that you need to get through to draw a card or for some ability to go off. So maybe it's a little bit better because of that, or maybe a B-, but yeah, definitely. I mean, it has some things going for it, but it's not just a, I don't even think you want more than 1 of these in a deck.
Well, you just mentioned its flexibility, right? So
yeah, I was just thinking that makes it a little bit better for me, probably a B-.
Okay, I can do B-. I can do B-. I think people are gonna be losing this card throughout the lifespan of this format, because they're just gonna be like, all right, I stabilized. Now we're just chilling, and then all of a sudden they play this, and you're like, oh my god. And I mean, like, it gives overwhelm, right? So it's not even one of those things where, okay, let me do a couple of chump blocks. The regen is not nearly as prominent in this format. So yeah, I think this card is gonna. This card is probably gonna be up there for grown test or grown award at the end. All right, so B- for Behold the Truth. Cloaked Guide is next. This is a 1/1 elf mystic for 1 time. Flying, your units with stealth cost 1 less. So we kind of see this every set, right? The new mechanic of the set gets a little bit of a buff, whether it's draw cards or they cost less or you can warp, etc., etc. And every time the body seems pretty lackluster, except for I think it was the warp one that gave the body. It was a 2/3 for 3 or 2/3 for 4. All the other ones have been pretty crummy, and I don't like this one either. The tribes don't matter in this set. A 1/1 flyer for 1 isn't very impressive. Making your stealth a little cheaper. I don't know. I'm pretty low. What did I give this guy? Cloak Guide. I give it a D+. Premium looks cool. What do you think, Alex?
I just give it a D. I mean, like,
okay,
if all your other units are stealth, or like most of them, then it's okay. But then that means you have a lot of mediocre to bad units in your deck, because a lot of the stealth units aren't great. So yeah, D.
Yeah, I agree. There's definitely a cost to a unit having stealth, I think, for sure. John?
Yeah, I'm right there with you guys. I gave it a D+, like Jedi, just because it had flying, right? And
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
you like the stealth units being cheaper is very good for those units, like more so than just a normal unit, right?
Because it puts them on par, like where they should be stat to cost,
and
right?
you can like turn 4 play 2 instead of like only 1 ever. It's like because they only cost 3 or 5. So like yeah, and it does stack, right? So if you are running some crazy stealth deck, yeah, this card will actually kind of be good for you. But I don't know if that deck's going to be good or not, right? Like honestly, I don't know.
I just can't think of a stealth unit that I just want to chain, right? I don't want to be like, oh yeah, we did it, boys. We got 4 of these stealth units in my deck, you know?
Yeah, pretty much.
So I don't know. Yep. So D+ for Cloaked Guide. Moving right along. This card I feel is in the running for metal. Some of our veteran players will know that metal ended up being one of those cards I thought was deceptively good across the format, where a lot of people weren't crazy about running it, but God, it led to some blowouts. I feel like this card is the other side of it. This is Telekinetic Shackles. It is a 1-time fast spell. Prevent all damage an enemy of your choice would deal this turn. Amplify 3. Prevent all damage from another enemy. So don't do like Jedi did the first time he punted with this card and think that the Amplify prevents all damage. It's prevent all damage. Go down to the next line. Keep reading from another enemy. So of note, it says enemy. So you can select a player. So if a player tries to hit you with a relic weapon or burn you out, you can negate that damage through Telekinetic Shackles on them as well as the unit. So yeah, and yeah, I can't stress that enough. You can amplify it more than once. So you can amplify it at 4 and at 7 and select up to 3 targets, but they are all individual targets. Like I said, the first time I played it with an amplify, I was like, yeah, amplify, and like select the unit, select the player, and like nothing else deals damage. I'm like, why did all my other guys die? No. So yeah, I think this card is good. I gave it, hold on, let's be able to truth. I gave it a C+, and I think it could be a little high, but I think the fact that you can leave up 1 power fairly easy, and then obviously if you have more power, you have nothing to do. This thing could lead to some potential blowouts, both on offense and defense. It can negate a face, like it breaks, it reveals stealth. So I like this card. I could easily be convinced that C+ is a little high, but I think this card is going to do more work than on the surface. Alex, where are you at on Telekinetic Shackles?
Yeah, one-sided pinpoint fog is good. I give it a C+ as well.
Sweet. John?
See, and I would try not to convince you to go lower, Jedi, but I actually gave it a B-. I just think it's even better and even more flexible than you described. Like the possibilities are limitless for it's like this is such a good card. It's like not difficult to make this a 2-for-1, right? Like
Mm-hmm.
it's going to be a 1-for-1 the majority of the time, but I mean, or just a 1.5-for-1, like you just mentioned. It can reveal a hidden unit, right? And there's plenty of that available. And like,
yeah, and you're right. And if it's one of those stealth units that gives you a card, then it's essentially worth half a card. Yeah,
yeah, and like
good
the
call.
amplify is only 3, so like it also kind of checks a box for the amplify matters cards that a lot of these amplify cards they added don't. Like most of them are 4 or more.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sweet. All right, then let's do C+, 2-1. So let's do C+ for telekinetic shackles. Next up, Battle-Wise Elite is a 2/2 soldier for 2 time Valor, and then summon, you gain 2 life. So there's no life gain synergies in this format, and I believe soldiers is not like a supported tribe, so to speak. That being said, it's a 2/2 for 2 with upside. Yeah, I like this card. So I just give it a straight C though. I don't think it's absolutely absurd. It is one of those 2/2s that can swing as a 3/3, but yeah, I think it's just fine. C for the Jedi. John, what do you think of?
Yeah, an upside bear right there. That is a C.
Nice. Alex?
Right there with you, fellas.
All right, sweet. So solid C for Battle-Wise Elite. Bound by Oath is next. This is a spell for 2 time silence an enemy unit, or silence a unit in the enemy. Oh wait, silence a unit in the enemy player's hand. I won't lie. Let me just make sure it's what I gave it. What is it? This is Bound by Oath. I just read it. Yeah, I gave it a D, and I almost feel like it's an F, but yeah, it's slow. I don't know. I don't. I just think it's bad. John, where are you at on it?
I gave it a D plus. I don't know. Like it's a begrudgingly playable. You know, it's a slow 2-cost silence where I will only play this if I just need the interaction in my deck, like something going in the draft.
Like silence was barely playable by itself when it was fast speed. Moving it to slow speed, and this is not. We don't have fate in this format to be like, oh, they have a good card in their hand, or they just went to the market. Let's, with the grafter. So I don't like this card at all. Alex, do you have anything to add?
I gave it a C-.
Ooh, please explain.
Well, there's just sometimes silence is what you got to use as your removal. I like it targeting the hand. It gives you a lot of information, especially if you do it early. So that's why I gave it the C-, because you could target the hand. But
yeah, and that's why I gave it a D plus instead of like an F.
Yeah, but I feel like I'd rather just play a 2-drop.
Yeah.
Well, it could definitely come down to a D plus.
Yeah, let's just go with D plus. Like, I just don't think the problem is it's worth. It's a card in your deck, right? It's not attached to a unit. It's not.
I know you've been there, right, Jedi, where you just didn't really get interaction in the draft.
Yeah, but
sometimes it happens.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm sure I'm going to lose this card at some point. I'm going to have a bomb flyer that's going to win me the game, and they're just going to Bound by Oath it, and then I just lose after that, and wah, but whatever.
Well, like, I mean, having that information about their units in a format where people maybe are playing these hidden units, that can be a powerful thing. So like, it has some upside if you do play it on 2, I guess. Like Alex mentioned.
If you're Jedi, you're gonna you're gonna do the oath. You're gonna see their like crummy stealth unit, and you're like, haha, fine. I'll just kill it next turn or not do anything. And then the very next turn, they're gonna draw their good stealth unit, play that one instead, and then I'm gonna get wrecked. So yeah, no.
Fair.
Moving along, we'll give what a D plus to Bound by Oath. Next up, we have Open Way Supplier. Man, I'm still not sure about this card, but I feel like it's good. I don't know. 1/1 soldier for 2 time, +1 maximum power. So we've seen this before. This iteration of the unit is summon the top unit of your deck gets killer. I won't lie. I had 2 of these in one of my draft decks, and twice they gave each other killer. I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Anywho,
That's so
like
Jedi.
this card. Yeah, I was like, you've got to be kidding me. Anywho, I like this card. I do. I gave it a straight C though, because it is still 1 for 2. But you know, the max power going from 2 to 4 is a little awkward in this format, only because stealth is 3 and 5. So, you know, just playing that for what's worth. Obviously, we've kind of down poo-pooed a little bit on stealth. But I think the fact that this thing gives a unit killer, right? And it is random. I will give it that. There's some RNG involved, but I mean, it's kind of adding a removal spell to your deck, and I really like that aspect of it. And the opponent can't really play around it because they don't know when it's coming or in what form it's coming, versus with like Core Tap Maximizer, the ramp was conditional and they saw that it was deadly the whole time. So I think it's a little give and take. At the end, I still give it a straight C, but I feel like I really want to like this card. John, what do you think of Open Way Supplier?
Like, yeah, I kind of have an attitude closer to the one thing you said about it's kind of like adding a free removal spell to your deck. And it's like one that you didn't even have to cast, right? Like, I think if you're going to play a Mana Dork anyway, this is like a great one. I gave it a B-.
Ooh, okay. All right, Alex, where are you at on it?
Well, I'm right there in the middle, C+. I'd way rather have this 2 drop than the Battle-Wise Elite, for example, you know? And if that one's a C, like, I think this was at least a C+.
Okay, fair enough. Then C+ it is for Open Way Supplier. Next up, Tactical Expertise is a 2-time fast spell. You gain 3 life for each attacking unit. Okay, this card's just bad. I gave it an F. One of you guys want to explain why it's bad? So just so the people that are listening to this podcast kind of know, right? Because I don't want to assume or insult anyone. Who wants to take it? Now watch both of you tell me this card is great.
No,
John.
I gave it an F because I don't ever want to play this. And like the market access is so limited in this, you know, day and age that I want my market grab to be better than this, hopefully. So it's just an F, and like I guess, you know, it can. I guess the way to get your opponent is like if you're racing and they go for an all-out attack. But I think an average good opponent is gonna be like, well, what if my opponent has this? And they probably don't even go for that all-out attack. In the vast majority of situations, right? So like the thing you think they're gonna do, I don't think they're gonna do. And you know, so 99% of the time, I would just rather have a card that like helps me win the game as opposed to maybe not lose. Does that make sense?
Yep, I think you did a great job on that. Alex, anything to add, or can we move on?
No, so like it can probably gain you 15 life for 2 power, and it's still not worth it. So yeah, it's not good. F as well.
Yep, don't play it. All right, next up we have Concealed Veteran. This is a 3/3 soldier for 3 time, and then stealth. That's it. 3/3 for 3 with stealth. So upside question mark? I don't know. I just gave it a straight C. It's 100% filler, I think. Alex, anything to add?
Yeah, see, it tussles with most other 3 drops, whether they're stealth or not, pretty good. So I mean, I like it. C.
John?
Yeah, normally this would always just be a C, but I feel like the contextual in the format, like performance rating I'm seeing already is like a C+ for me. It's like most people are, you know, not going to expect the 3/3 compared to other stealth kind of cards. So the chances that it actually gets like a card extra out of your opponent is non-zero, right? So it's like an upside 3/3 for sure. So I don't mind a C, but I give it a C+.
I was going to talk about when we come across one of the X4s. I personally feel, but we might as well do it here. I personally feel like 4 health is the sweet spot when it comes to stealth units. I think that's what differentiates what's going to have a higher chance of getting removed in combat or by some kind of trick or something versus not. I could be wrong on this, but yeah, I feel like if your stealth unit has 4 health or more, it has a significantly higher chance of getting a card out of your opponent. Avoiding the 1-for-1 essentially. I could be wrong though. Where are you guys at on that so far?
Yeah, I'm thinking it's 2 damage is like the break point.
So you think X3s are kind of a lot safer? Is the tipping point?
I do. Because
Yeah,
like a lot
fair.
of it's either pings of 1 damage or like those free chars we mentioned earlier off the runes.
See, I just keep picturing all these 3 attacks stealth units smashing into each other as well. That might be what I'm thinking, like the 3-1s and the 3-3s and all that versus a 1-4 or 5-5 or whatever. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, like where 2 is like the number. Like I will kind of, if it costs 3 and it's a stealth unit, I might. I already did, and it kind of bit me in the butt already. But it's like I'm okay with like trying to char it, even though I don't know what it is, and like with the good chance that it will kill it.
Got you. Fair. Yeah, I could believe that. Once again, I think we've the meta as a whole has kind of defaulted to revealing stealths as quickly as possible. Rarely do they ever stay on the board. So, okay, so let's just give a straight C for Concealed Veteran and move right along to Conspire. This is a 3-time spell. Draw a power card of your choice from your deck. If it's a sigil, play it depleted instead. We've seen this card before. 3 power, ramp, pseudo fixing. Well, this one is specifically fixing. Yeah, I think this is, it can either be fixing or fixing and ramp or ramp. Take your pick. Yeah, this card's fine. I give it a C-. I mean, you're running in your decks, but I don't think it's anything flashy, and you're not super excited about it. Alex?
C- as well.
John?
I gave it a D+. And I says the ramp card you hope you don't have to play.
Fair. Yeah. All right. So we'll even out at a C-. Not much to talk about here. I mean, it gets you from 3 to 5 if you have power in hand. And once again, it's fixing. I don't want to go too deep into it, but I do want to touch on what it's capable of. It does cost you your kind of turn, so you really want to be able to capitalize on it. So you'll play it, but it's not going to make or break your game, I don't think. Next up, we have Infuse with Venom. This is a 3-time fast spell. Give a unit +2 health and deadly this turn. I want to like this card, but I feel like 3 is a lot. I'm not sure. John, where are you at on it?
Yeah, sorry about that. I like it as a trick. I do agree that 3 is more than I wish this card cost, I guess, but I think it would be just way too playable if it costs less, right? I'd probably draft all I can draft of this card, right? So I get why it costs 3. I think for me, that's a C+ at that cost, right? Like, it's mostly gonna remove. I mean, I think you can basically use it as a flat out removal spell, and there's a lot of situations where you don't have to lose your unit, which makes it a nice 1-for-1 at 3. And in draft, that's big game.
Yeah, and I guess it gets better, obviously, on a Valor unit. If they have to double luck to get rid of it, then you do this for the blowout. Okay, fair enough. Alex, what do you think of Infuse with Venom?
Yeah, it's pretty straightforward. Like for me, I gave it a C.
Okay, I was lower on it. I gave it a D+, but I agree. I was probably a little hasty with the grade. I think just talking it through with you guys automatically already brought me up. So we'll just even out at a C.
Yeah, like if you know you're going to lose a unit, I mean that's still just Grizzly contest. One not without the revenge part, but right, like sack your worst unit to kill their best, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I think the upside is definitely high, but I think the low side is there as well. So I guess I'm also judging it with other combat tricks that we've seen so far that seem a little bit better, but we'll see. I believe you guys. Like talking through it, I think it's not too difficult to think of. I might have just been a little too down on the cost, but I think it's not too difficult to navigate a board state where that could be pretty beneficial. So yeah, we'll go with a C for Infuse with Venom. Next up is Maveloft's Botanist. This is a 2/2 Elf Explorer at Uncommon for 3-time stealth. When Maveloft Botanist hits the enemy player, play a 3/3 Mandrake. Man, this is so tough for me to evaluate. So I'm going to let you guys go first because like 2/2 for 3 is obviously way understated. Like you just need so much more from your 3 drops. But then the fact that it gives you a 3/3, but it also Alex, go ahead and take point on this one.
Well, so start with the grade, I guess. I gave it a C plus. The body, it's a 2/2 for 3, but it is stealth. So if you attack and you have tricks, which your opponent is going to assume if you're just attacking with your your stealth unit. My example of this guy is they don't block it, but that's just what happens.
But we just talked about how X2 is like the bad part of the balance for
It
stealth,
is.
right?
No,
and then
yeah,
once
it
this thing's
absolutely
revealed, it's just never doing damage.
It's a if you manage to get 1 3/3 out of it, then it's like bonkers, right? So it's not too hard to like do that, basically, in the sense where like you can if you pair it with red, if you give it trample with something, then you'll still get the unit, right? So I think it's okay. I gave it a C plus.
Okay. John, where are you at on botanist? Still muted, buddy.
Apologies. Yeah, I gave it a C minus because I think most of the time it's just going to be a 2/2 for 3. I think that upside is real, but I mean the example Alex gave, you have to spend a card to get a 3/3, like an additional card. So that doesn't sound great at all. That example. Yeah. I like the example where your opponent doesn't block it and you just get it for free. But I don't think that's going to happen in a lot of games. So
yeah. So we'll meet in the middle because I gave it a C because I couldn't figure it out. So I just went generic and gave it a C. So Mavloff Botanist, you get a C from us and another TBD grade, so to speak. Next up, Nurturing Sentinel is a 1/4 Sentinel for 3-time stealth and then ultimate at the start of your turn. Reveal Nurturing Sentinel, draw a random sigil from your deck. I like this card and I want to continue to like it. But I'm starting to feel like a 1/4 is kind of a liability in this format because of Valor. And I could be wrong. Like it guarantees you hitting your 4th power as long as you don't block with it the turn you play it. But going back to the whole 4 health thing, this thing has a higher chance of surviving any kind of, shenanigans your opponent's trying to do. I think at the end of the day, it's just going to be a straight C for me. I like the consistency it brings to the deck and the late game application of the body to buy you some time, but I could be wrong. John, where are you at on Nurturing Sentinel?
I think you are right. I gave it a C as well. It's just it's a good defensive unit, and it's not always going to give you that sigil like we've kind of talked about, right? So the body though, like I mean, that's not. It's a defensive ground unit, right? Like that's not helping you kill any opponent, right? So even though it's kind of a value card, it's still
you behold the truth in.
Yeah, facts, right? Like this helps contribute to your Behold the Truth game plan. Yeah, actually I did have 2 of these in my Behold the Truth deck that I played recently, so you're not wrong about that. And they sit around the whole time and you do get to attack. Yeah, these are great Behold the Truth cards. Jedi hit that on the nail.
Of note, those are sprinklers on its head. It's not a helicopter.
Yes.
Like I initially thought it was.
Right. Yeah. These things are stealthy.
And you were mad that it didn't have flying, right? Like, why doesn't it have flying?
It does look
no. There's a blue card that legit tilts me that it doesn't have flying. Yeah, we'll get to it there.
I think it tilted me and John earlier already today. 1/4 for 3, C minus. It should cost 2. This is so dirtly. Yeah, C minus for me.
Okay,
but with our system, it evens it out to a C. I understand that.
Fair enough. All right, next up is Row Hammer. This is a 2/3 Sentinel for 3-time charge, endurance, and valor. So many keywords. This is practically a Caria, right, John? What do you think?
Icaria, wow. Yeah.
I mean, it's got 3 keywords, right? I mean,
it does.
It can't be Nokia because Nokia has 4 keywords. So, or battle skills.
So it must be good, right? No, I think it is actually kind of good. I give it a C plus, right? Because like, if they block it, that's a 3/4, which that's pretty decent, right? A charging 3/4. Like, so I think but it's probably just going to get in there for 2, right? Which is not amazing. So it's like that keeps it in the C range for sure, right? It's just a C plus for me. But yeah, that's a solid time unit at the 3 slot.
Yeah, I give it a C plus as well. Alex, where are you on this guy?
It's like if my opponent attacks me with that, I just take 2. I'm at a C minus.
All right, fair. We'll even out. We'll make this one quick. We'll even out a C and even C. So row hammer, row out.
I'm not ever blocking that thing ever.
So
Yeah,
it's like a 2 unblockable. That's pretty
yeah.
good.
Until you slap the +3/+3 sledge axe on it, and you're like, yeah, get some.
Damn.
Next up, we have Sticky Flytrap. Is a 3/3 Mandrake for 3-time stealth. Ultimate, when an enemy unit with flying attacks, reveal Sticky Flytrap to make enemy units unable to fly this turn. A couple of things on this one is that this one will in fact stay stealth until it is triggered by, standard reveal shenanigans. So, or if you don't attack with it and they don't, as soon as you attack with it, whether they take it in the face or they block with it, it's going to get revealed. But as long as you leave this one back on defense, it will not trigger its ultimate until they attack with the flyer. And it also doesn't mean that you have to block with this guy. You can trigger it. It'll take flying away from the flyer, and then you can block with your ginormous unit if you need to. Yeah, let's send it back over to you, Alex. What do you think of Sticky Flytrap?
So there's like a little bit of potential awkwardness with this guy. Like, if you think your opponent's going to have a flyer or something that you have to deal with because of the flying thing. Because normally I just want to play my 3-drop and start attacking with it. So, yeah, I gave it a C plus because it has the potential to deal with flyers, but it's not. I don't think it's always going to work the way you want it to, though.
Yeah, but worst case scenario, it's a 3/3 for 3 that's easy to cast.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah, and that's why I gave a C plus as well. John?
I agree completely with everything.
Sweet. Sticky Flytrap, you can stick to a C plus, my friend. All right, moving on. This is a card that I'm not quite sure on yet. Like, I think it's good, but it's a little awkward as well. We have Bone Mask. This is a +2/+2 weapon at uncommon for 4-time ultimate. When the wielder hits the enemy player, draw a card for each of your units with 4 attack or more. So a couple of key points here. A, it's an ultimate, so you only get to do it once. B, the wielder itself has to hit to trigger this ultimate. So if you just leave it back on defense, it's not going to trigger. And then finally, it triggers off of all your units with 4 attack, not just the attacking ones or not just the ones that hit the opponent. So you could slap this on, for example, a 2/2 flyer, get in there, and you'll draw a card off of the 2/2 flyer that's now a 4/4, as well as any 6/6s or 4/5s that you left back on defense. John, tell me about your impressions of Bone Mask.
Yeah, I don't like. Ideally, I think this is like a market card for a lot of decks, but I think even as just a stat buff, right? It's passable, and then it's not too difficult to draw like 1 to 3 cards off of it. If you have a little support for it, like one of its best friends still available in the draft packs is like Side Street Monitor, right? Like I've paired those two together, and they are definitely BFFs. Yeah, I think this like we've had playable 2/2 4-cost weapons, right? Like that's about on rate, right? So I think it goes from C to C plus because it's not hard for it to replace itself for me.
Mm-hmm. Okay, all right. What about you, Alex?
Yeah, I'm at C plus as well.
Okay, cool. I'll come up to it then. Yeah, I felt like it was a little clunky, so I actually had it at C. But I mean, drawing cards is always one of the most powerful things you could do in the game, right? So, I mean, I feel like you're hard pressed for it not to. Next up is a card that I wanted it to be good, and I know there's some applications, so I'll probably let you take it, John. But I think it's too clunky. This is Illuminator. This is a 3/3 soldier mage at uncommon for 4 double time. It has Overwhelm, and then she reads Summon +2/+2 if you played a spell this turn. Of note, it's not an amplified thing, and so if you played 3 spells before you play her, she's still only going to become a 5/5. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So John, go ahead and tell us how to make her decent or how she's supposed to be played, and tell me if you think that's good enough.
Yeah, I do think it's good enough. I think you'd want to pair this with a few cheap spells, just in your deck in general, if you can. Um, things like Seek Power type effects. They even added those for this format. We'll get to later. So you'd want some things like that, and then you prioritize in the draft, right? Units like we talked about some of the fire ones earlier, where at the start of your turn they play Ruinous Burst or Rampage. Like you would prioritize those units now when you're running this, because I think a 5/5 overwhelm for 4, like that is legit, right? So if you can like get that to pop off in the majority of games, you're gonna really like playing this card. So for me, that makes it a C+.
Yeah, see, and my problem is, like, you're exactly right. That's the trick, right? Is that you play this with all the stealth units on 3 that give you a spell at the beginning of your 4th turn. But we've also mentioned how often people are revealing stealth units prior to, and we've questioned the fact on whether you get that or not. So you need to have one of your stealth units on 3 that gives you a spell on 4, and then it has to survive until your opponent. I'm not sure. Like, yes, I don't know. Alex,
I'm just perfectly okay playing it on 5 as a 5/5 with one of those 1-cost spells too, right?
fair.
So you really want to maximize the number of opportunities to make this pop off. But like a 3/3 luckily is not like embarrassing stats for 4 in the format either.
The overwhelm helps. The overwhelm definitely helps.
And like time also has like it has ways to give all your attackers deadly and things like that, right? Like so there's a lot of other synergy that just the keyword overwhelm gives it a few points for me.
Okay. I give it a C- because, like I said, I think it's going to end up playing out a little too clunky, but I'm willing to get proven wrong. Alex, where are you at on Illuminator?
I was at a C-. Like, it actually takes a little bit of, work, like, to make the 5/5. I mean, yeah, you can definitely, like, optimize your deck to make it so that this is easy to play, and even then, it can easily become not easy to play. And then the 3/3 for 4, that's a C-, basically. So yeah, C- overall for me.
All right, 2-1. John, you good with the C- for now?
Of course.
All right, excellent. Next up, Nectar Snare Lotus, 2/3 Mandrake for 4 time with Killer. John, what do you think of Snare Lotus?
Yeah, I'm definitely lower on this one compared to that last one. It's just like a little bit less than I'd like for 4 cost. I think it does get a lot better with other buffs in your deck, like Warcry units and things like that, right? Where you have an opportunity for it to just come down as like a removal spell that sticks around, then it's very powerful. But just at its base rate, it's kind of weak for me. So C-.
Okay, Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, I'm at a C- as well. I mean, if you have Warcry triggers, like John said, it can make it like on rate to kill something that you need to kill. But yeah, C-.
Yeah, I'd given it a C because the 2/3 on 4 lines it up really well against stealth units, and it could pick off some of those 2/2 Valor units. But I think you guys are right. I'm good with a C- for Nectar Snare Lotus.
See, like it's for me, this is like not the kind of risk I'm willing to take as far as like, maybe this is like an X2 stealth unit or whatever, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna always reveal it before I try and killer it with this thing. Like that's just too much risk, right?
Fair.
You weren't talking about like like killering hidden units, right?
I mean, it just depends. I would. I right now my default is it's always the 3/2. The 3/2 that gets bigger when it hits you. That's like my default. If they're running Shadow, I'm like, yep, that's what it is. And then if they're running Time, I always think it's our next card, which is Growing Sludge. This is a 1/1 Mandrake Ooze at uncommon for 5 time. A 1/1 for 5. What? Stealth. Okay. At the start of your turn, here we go. If Growing Sludge is hidden, it gets +4/+4. It goes a 5/5 into a 9/9. Alex, what do you think of Growing Sludge?
I mean, it's a confirmed 9/9 for 5, right? It's been confirmed. I like this guy. C+ for me.
I feel like it's gonna ebb and flow with the meta. I think if people keep aggressively revealing cards, right, and they identify that, hey, they're running time, their 5 drop could either be a 1/1 this turn or a 5/5 next turn or a 9/9. I think people are gonna start to aggressively kind of. I think it's gonna ebb and flow where this card's at. John, where are you at on this guy?
Yeah, I also think this is like a 9/9 for 5. But I mean, it can just die to a free spell right off their char, which is so sad. But like, I don't know. Like, I don't think most opponents are gonna assume that your 5-cost stealth only has 1 health, right? So I don't know. I keep seeing this thing be at least a 9/9. So it's definitely a good card in my mind right now until proven otherwise. Like, I gave it a tentative grade. Like, I think it might even be higher, but it's a C+ as well for me. Right, like there's a chance that it's dealt with in a trivial way, but like the upside is you kind of just win the game off this card.
I agree. I think, me personally, I'm never going to play this card on 5. I just don't think I am. I think I'm going to wait till they only have 1 or 2 cards left in hand and then play it where I think it can, because it just needs to survive that first round, right? If it survives that first round, it becomes a 5/5, you feel 20 times safer about it.
True.
But it's just that initial window where you play it and you're like, oh God, you're like sweating the whole time. You see them hover over it. You're like, nope, don't do it. Don't do it.
They're like, oh man, how do I deal 4 damage? I can't do it right now.
Yeah. Shoot, not my opponents. My opponents are slamming things into that like nobody's business. They ain't scared. I am not even joking with you.
I know you're not.
Anywho, all right, so we'll go with a C+ for Growing Sludge. This card has continued to impress me. As simple as it is, it's funny what a difference a format can make, because we saw something like this in the previous format. It just didn't deliver. Populous Controller is a 6/6 Sentinel for 6 time and Valor. That's it. Just a big dude with Valor with some sick premium artwork. Yeah, this card has continued to overperform. I think it's a C or C+. I put it at C+ because it's continued to overperform. I really feel like it's, minus the card we just talked about, is the biggest thing in the format. And it having Valor makes it slightly awkward to block. Yeah, I like this card, so I give it a C+. I don't think there's anything deceptively good about it. It's just a big dude with some upside. Alex, what do you think of Populous Controller?
It's a good late game beater. I gave it a C.
Okay, John?
C+ also for me. I'm with you, Jedi. Like, I think that Valor just makes it a nightmare to actually kill. Right. So this thing's like just kind of getting chump blocked until it can punch through. So like the fact that it doesn't have evasion is a detractor. It keeps it out of like B range for sure. But like it has evasion in a sense like that over time you're just gonna chip away at their defenses.
Heaven forbid you leave up telekinetic shackles while you keep bashing with this thing, right?
Yeah, and like if you're going for 7, right, and you're Behold the Truth deck anyway, why not play a 6-drop that would love to punch through with some overwhelm.
10/10 Overwhelm with Valor. Oh. Hammer don't hurt him. All right, so Populous Controller, you get a C+. All right, this one's gonna be a quick one. Reset the Day is a slow spell at uncommon for 7 double time. Each player puts their hand into their deck and draws 7 cards. Yeah, you are the person that's spending a card in your deck. You are the person that's taking 7 power of your turn, which is probably your turn, to draw your opponent 7 cards. And it doesn't even send it to the void, it shuffles it back into their deck. Don't play this card. Straight up F. Let's just move along unless anyone has anything to say.
I just wrote nope.
Yep. Sweet. There you go.
Or
Easy day.
A if my opponent plays it, I wrote.
There you go.
Fair enough. We'll see if any of us die to this card and the Sunset Show. And that was time. So same thing. A lot of C's, a lot of middle of the way and some experimenting and stuff. But overall, not bad. Not bad. I think it's fun. I'm looking forward to see how it plays out. All right, next up we have Justice. First up is Rune of Law. This is gain Justice influence, depleted unless you have played a sigil this game. Amplify 5, play Saddle Up, which is +4/+4 to a unit this turn. Alex, as a resident aggro player, what do you think of Rune of Law?
Yeah, this one climbs back up into the B category for me with these runes. You want as many as you can have in a green deck. I like it a lot.
Yep, me too. John?
I agree completely. It's a B- for me. It's kind of tied in my mind, I think, with the Char one, right? Like exactly, play as many as you can if you're in Justice, and splash it if you're not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like it. Sweet. Rune of Law, you get a B-. Next up, Well Laid Trap. This is an interesting card. I'll let you talk about it, John. Give an attacking enemy unit -2 strength this turn. Then ready one of your units and give it endurance this turn. It's a fast spell for 0 justice. That's right, 0 justice. And of course, it does the -2 strength first before you ready a unit and give it endurance. So you're able to kind of figure out what unit you want to block, if you even want to block with one. John, tell us about Well Laid Trap.
Yeah, this is a little weird. I think it's pretty good. I gave it a C+ in the rating, so a good combat trick rating basically, because it does require you to have like a board for this to be impactful and whatnot. So it's not just like great on its own or anything, right? And like the -2 won't do a ton in some board states as well, but sometimes it'll like give a deadly unit no attack power and things like that, and it'll be very meaningful. So that's like that part of it can kind of go either way. And then like the whole ready a unit for 0 cost. Now that will definitely get your opponent, and as long as they haven't put you on that card already and have some response anyway, that's a different issue. But so if you manage to get both parts of the card to do something right there, then that's going to enable some 2-for-1s. So the card definitely has some very real upside, but I don't think it's like it definitely doesn't get into B territory, right? Because there's some counterplay there, and it's not that impactful with the stat reduction. So one thing it definitely does is cancel manacles, right? Which is a card we'll talk about eventually. But so that whole ready a unit can have additional value, I guess, on the card as well.
Yeah, ironically, I feel like I like this card better in combination with either other combat tricks or with open power, because you were talking about your opponent putting you on it. This is the only card that costs 0. So they only have to attack once or play one fast spell when you have no open power, and they're like, okay, cool, they got Well Laid Trap. So it's a little awkward in that regards, but if you can sit there and you're like, Rampage or Overwhelm or Side Slash, and then your opponent's like, haha, combat trick and response, and you're like, haha, Well Laid Trap.
It doesn't reveal at all times, Jedi, because it like only is active when the enemy has an attacking unit.
Okay, fair.
But like at that point, right? If you have this trick for over multiple combats, I'm sure at some point they'll have noticed you have a weird pause.
Alex, do you have anything to add about Well Laid Trap?
I mean, did your grade come out? I gave it a B-, and then what everything John said made me think like, yeah, it's not a B-, it's a C+, because you kind of need everything to work out for it. But it's a great combat trick that stands out like a sore thumb. It really does on 0, but it's still a really good card, I think.
Okay, I give it a C, so I'll come up to a C+ for you guys. I think it's legit. I mean, the blowout potential is definitely there, and like John mentioned, the fact that it does some additional things outside of what you would on the surface makes it pretty decent.
Sweet.
So C+ for Well Laid Trap. Next up is Awakening. This is a 1 justice spell. Discard a card to play 2 1/1 Awakened with Valor. So you play 2 cards to get 2 1/1s that can maybe attack as 2/2s. I don't like this card. Even in the Argenport discard deck, getting 2 1/1s doesn't seem very impressive to me. One of you guys tell me I'm wrong, but I gave it a D+. It's not even a fast spell, so you can't even kind of do it in response to something. So yeah, Alex, where are you at on Awakening?
I give it a C minus. It's like, because it's kind of like a 2/2, I guess. But I don't know. I don't think this is good or anything. So maybe it is just a D plus.
I mean, the problem is it'd be fun if it gave you the 2/1/1s for one card, but you have to discard a card as well.
Yeah,
and I believe, and I believe the way it's worded, John, correct me if I'm wrong, you have to discard, right? It's not one of those things that you can play with an empty hand.
Yeah, that's all the discard a card to do this mechanics. They've kind of added a lot of cards like that. Yeah, you it's like a cost of playing the card. It won't. It actually, they have like an animation implemented for these where it kind of has, some border showing you can't play it.
Oh, got you. Kind of like the Scourge of Froststone type effect. Not as dramatic, but yeah.
Exactly.
Okay. Yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
Now, on this one, you do have to discard a card. You don't get 2/1/1s for free, or for one if you don't have a card in your hand, or do you?
No, you don't. That's what we were talking about. You have to discard a card.
Okay,
it won't let you play it. It won't let you play it for 0.
Oh,
it won't let you do the backbreaker or barricade basher thing.
Understood.
Yep. John, what grade did you give it?
So I give it an F, or like a build. Like if I give it a build around grade, maybe it's like a C plus, because there's there is a lot of like weird support for this self discard strategy, and this is like one of the discard outlets. So like I think if you want to play that deck, that's a card that you want in that deck. But I don't think I want to play that deck, so I just kind of gave it an F.
Yeah. What do you think, Alex? Build around or F?
I had the same thought when I was evaluating if it was like it goes into that discard deck, which is like, John, I don't really want to try that. Someone else could try it.
Yeah. Like it's
okay.
It's not a payoff. It's like an enabler, right? It's an enabler for that.
Okay, we'll take the easy. We'll take the easy way out. Team EJ will just go with build around for that for Awakening.
Okay.
We'll take the easy way out, so we have plausible deniability about the card, whether it's good or bad. We're like, we said build around, so there you go. You built around, it was great. Or like we said build around, so we kind of knew it was bad. All right, Reliable Troops is next. This is a 1/1 Oni soldier for 1 justice, Valor, and then ultimate, pay 2 to draw a justice sigil from your deck. Alex, this kind of feels like an aggressive card with a little bit of insurance. It's not quite plunder, but I don't know. What do you think, Alex?
I gave it an F. I don't want to use this unit.
Okay, sweet. I like the bold statement. Planting that flag, John.
I gave it a C minus. Like, I've already come down on it. Like I thought it was more like a C plus before I played it, and it's just like a little slower than I'd like to. Want this one drop in my deck, in my average draft deck. Like it's just like kind of slow. Like, yeah, it kind of replaces itself, but like you have to like kind of take an early turn off to do that on curve, right? Like it doesn't play out great in my mind. And then like yeah, it has Valor, but it's still just a 1/1.
Yeah,
so
any 2/2 can block it.
Unit in. Yeah, and then it just gets outclassed immediately.
Yeah.
And like people are playing free Ruinous Burst, so like if you like try and wait to get the sigil, maybe you don't even get the opportunity.
Yeah. Yeah, I was with you, John. I gave it a C minus just because I like the slight consistency of it, but I actually don't think it's still worth a card. Yeah. And there's not really a sacrifice deck because there's a discard deck, quote unquote. So, yeah, all right, fair. You good with a D, John, or maybe D plus?
Yeah, I can come down to a D plus.
All right, and we'll pull Alex up. So D plus for Reliable Troops. I don't think that's wrong. I don't even think aggressive decks want it. Orin, right? Orin Brute, is that correct, John?
Yeah.
Is a 2/3 Minotaur soldier for 2 justice. That's it. That's all it is. Straight up C. Right. Let me see. Let me make sure I gave it a C. Yep. I just gave it a straight up C. I think it's fine. It's not amazing. I think it's just fine. Like whatever. Does anyone have anything to add?
Nope. A Ruin Brute. Right. C.
Yep. Straight up a C. It's a fine 2-drop. Diplomatic Immunity +3 or +0/+3 relic weapon for 2 justice. Summon, create, and draw a treasure trove. So yeah, I just gave it an F. It replaces itself. I'm sure it has some whatever. I mean, it's just an F. Don't play this card. It's not worth a card in your deck. I don't care if you got synergy for it or not. Like, it's just not worth a card. You're paying for it. I don't know. Whatever. John, go ahead.
Please tell me I don't have to resort to this for like relic synergy reasons or something. Like F.
Yeah, I can't in my right mind like think of any way to make this card. There's not even a lot of Warcry. I just don't.
But
well, I mean, consistently enough to right, because it has to hit that. Whatever.
And like, if this is what you're going for, like, come on.
Yeah.
Come on,
Alex. Anything?
I gave it an F as well.
Sweet. All right, cool. Let's move on. Let's not burn freaking precious time on bad cards. All right. Tower Inspector is a 2/1 Sentinel at uncommon for 2 justice. +2/+2 if you have played a unit this turn. And then +2/+2 if you have played a relic this turn. So it's a little bit awkward wording, but what ends up happening is if you have played a unit this turn, it will get a +2/+2 this turn. So a 4/3. If you've played a relic this turn, it will get a +2/+2 this turn. So it becomes a 4/3 again. If you manage to play both, i.e. something like, for example, a relay tower, right? That plays a relic and then the unit or the relic creates a unit, this will get a +4/+4 until end of turn, making it a 6/5 for 2. Alex, what do you think of Tower Inspector?
It's a great aggressive 2-drop. I think green has a couple of the best 2-drops. I gave this one a C+. Medibot also does that, what you just said. But yeah, C+.
Yeah, there you go, Medibot. Yeah, I gave it a C+ as well. Playing this thing on 2 is great because you just keep hitting as a 4/3 all the way up the curve. And then, whatever, later on when you can't play anything else, well, I mean, it still did its job and even better as a 2-drop. Getting in for 8 damage still seems pretty decent. Not as strong on defense, obviously. I don't think there's any fast speed put a unit into play, but I could be wrong. John, anything to add?
Nothing to add, and a C+ as well.
All right, sweet. So C+ for Tower Inspector. It passes the inspection. I like this card, and this is the one that's giving that Spiny Grenadine a run for its cute money. This is Ursa Squadron, a 2/2 soldier bear. And it's because it has a soldier and a bear in the photo. The soldier is not the bear. For 2 justice, Valor and Warcry. I like this card. Bottom line, floor, it's a 2/2 for 2. That's easy to play. You're perfectly happy with that. Then it has Warcry, which makes it so it's pseudo. You get like a third of a card back when it attacks the first time, maybe dies, right? Maybe. But then it has Valor. So it attacks as a 3/3 if they try to block it. So your opponent can't just sit here and keep taking 2 because you're getting Warcry triggers. And then if they block it, well, it gets Valor. So I like this card. It's not backbreaking. It's not amazing. I gave it just a C+, and that's probably maybe a little high, but I like this card a lot. John?
No, I don't think that's too high. In fact, I'm higher on it at a B-, right? This is a premium common 2-drop for justice. Like, good in multiples, like, best if you can play it on curve, like, obviously. And I think Warcry has played out to be, like, better than normal with, like, the new stealth mechanic and whatnot. So I'm even higher on it.
Okay, nice. Alex?
I can fully relate with John on this, like wanting to like give it a B so bad for me, but because it is still just a 2-drop, I gave it a C+. I mean, Valor does allow it to attack into higher costed units. It's just a great 2-drop. So I could see me giving it a B-, but at the end of the day, it's still just a 2-drop. So C+.
I like y'all's restraint there. Like, in my mind, these ratings, like, at the forefront is like pack one, pick one kind of thing, right? So that's why I'm like, you know what? I don't want anyone to get it twisted between this and something else. Like, I want to prioritize these, right?
Yeah, fair.
And so that's why I've given it a B-, but I'm down for C+.
Well, plus, like we talked about, we've been giving out a lot of C's. So anything that can kind of creep that break that threshold, we're like,
So
yeah. I mean, well, our next card definitely stands out. So once again, that's a C+ for Ursa Squadron. Our next card, Orin Jailer, is a 3/3 Minotaur soldier for 3 justice. When you attack with exactly, you guessed it, 2 units, Orin Jailer gets +1/+1 permanently. But there's more. Amplify 1, play Detain, which is a -6/-0 until end of turn. Yeah, Alex, go ahead and take this card if you don't mind. because I feel like I already went on my rant with a couple of cards, so I'll let you. This card's got some spice.
So here's one that I can easily go into the B range. In fact, I gave it just a straight B. It's 3/3 for 3. That takes very little effort to make it a 4/4. It like helps itself in doing that with the detains that it can cast. If you draw it later in the game, you can pretty much, if you do have a detain trigger, you can like for sure get this to work. But you can also just drop a 2-drop, 3-drop, play this, and just get your trigger. And I like it. It's a B. I don't know. That wasn't a very good breakdown, but yeah, 4/4s for 3 are great.
John?
I don't have a lot to add. Like other than it, the amplify being only 1 is also a thing still in the format, I think, that you care about. So it just has additional upside there, and it's also a B for me.
Okay, and I gave it a B minus, so I will come up to B for Orange Jailer. Yeah, the card's great. It's felt really good. And the thing is, once again, the floor is it's a 3/3 for 3. So even if it doesn't do the things it wants to do, you're still perfectly fine playing it.
And like late game, it's like so many detains if you want it. It's just crazy.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
It scales
okay.
well.
Yeah, it really does. All right, so this card, I'm still kind of on the fence. I straight up, let me double check. I'm pretty sure I just gave it a straight C. Yeah, I just gave this one a straight C. Genius Combatant. This is a 3/2 soldier for 3 justice, valor, and stealth. Don't need to talk about either of those abilities because we already have multiple times. John, where are you at on this lady?
Yeah, I gave it a straight C. If it's blocked, it's at least it's a 4/3, so it'll trade with a 3/3, right? So like I'm not sad to play a 3/2 for 3 in this case, because of its abilities. So it's a straight up C.
Okay, Alex?
I gave it a C plus just because it's stealth and whatever might draw some attention that normally a 3/2 with Valor wouldn't get if it wasn't stealth. So I gave it a C plus.
Yeah, but once again, 2 health, so it dies to everything.
Right, but it was like it.
Fair. I mean, I get it. Like I said, either way, it's a C. We'll go with the C. This one's interesting. I personally don't like this card, but I mean, I think this card is designed to throw your opponent off of stealth. Anywho, Invisible Wall. The artwork on premium is super cool though. Invisible Wall is a 0/6 illusion for 3 justice, and it has stealth. So, Alex, are you gonna play this guy?
No, not really. I gave it a D plus. Yeah, it's like an homage to the walls, of magic, kind of in a way, but walls aren't really that good. Yeah, I don't like it. D plus. If it blocks something with charge, like maybe they could have given it a flavor win, like have it do damage to something, because that would kind of hurt if you just run into a wall you didn't know it was there. But yeah, 0/6.
Yep, I gave it a D. John?
I gave it a C minus because I think if you do play this card, I think a non-zero amount of time it's gonna actually eat a card, and then just be able to block forever. So like I think you can set up your deck in a way that this is maybe even kind of good for you. But I mean that still doesn't mean I'm high on it or anything. But I think it's a little more playable than that. Unfortunately, it really can't help you kill your opponent. So like that's a huge detractor, but it can help you further a strategy.
All right. Yeah. All right. We'll go with D then, or D plus. We'll go with D plus. D plus for Invisible Wall. Mod ready drone. Did I say it right, or was it Modo? What was it?
Yes, mod ready.
Okay. Mod ready or Mode ready. There you go. Mode ready drone. I like that. Mode ready. Mode ready drone is a 2/2 Sentinel for 3 justice. Just ass. Summon. Play a light plating with flying or a +1/+1 sidearm on mode ready. Mode ready drone. So you can either make this a 3/3 for 3 or a 2/2 flyer for 3. I like the flexibility. John?
Yeah, and that's like about all it really has going for it is like it's flexible, but like I mean, for me that's like exactly on rate for the cost, right? It's just a C.
Yeah. Yep, exactly. Filler C, but there's some application to it. Alex?
I just gave it a C plus because like either one of those units are C's. So then having the choice of which one you need or the most makes it a little better.
Mhm.
But yeah, that was my reasoning on the plus.
I got you. Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. So C for mod ready drone. Next up is Pump Works Engineer. This is a 2/2 Tinker. Gosh, I'm waiting for Tinkers. I mean, I prefer Unseen, which let me just small tangent here really quick. I think it's really awkward that the Unseen, the ninjas of Eternal, are not in the set with stealth. Just throwing that out there. Anywho, I digress. Pumpworks Engineer is a tinker for 3 justice. It's a 2/2 and has Warcry, stealth, and then when Pumpworks Engineer goes to your void, you may pay 2 to draw the top unit or weapon of your deck. So it doesn't draw you the top card of your deck, it draws you the top unit or weapon of your deck. So there's some upside there, right? And it only costs 2. So you're getting a slightly understated unit, which is on par for stealth, but it does have Warcry. And so you kind of note, you could essentially, Warcry is going to trigger on the top weapon or unit of your deck. So you're drawing the weapon or the unit that you buffed with Warcry. Yeah, and that's pretty much it. So Alex, where are you at on Pumpworks Engineer? I gave it a C+.
I'm right there with you. I wanted to give it a B-, but still just kind of weenie, 2/2 for 3. But yeah, I liked this unit a lot. Cool little tinker. I gave it a C+.
Okay, John?
Same grade, nothing to add.
Sweet. Yep. I think this is actually a really well designed card, honestly. At least for limited. I don't think it's going to see constructed play, but I think for limited, it's really well designed. Next up, recruitment effort. This is a 3 justice relic at uncommon. The first time a player, so you or your opponent, discards a card each turn, so it could trigger on your turn and or your opponent's turn, play a 2/2 awakened soldier. If you already have one, specifically a 2/2 awakened soldier, or correction, an awakened soldier, give it a +2/+2 instead. It is a permanent +2/+2, not a weapon, so keep that in mind. But essentially, first time one of you discards a card, and it does say the first time. So if you have a way of discarding multiple cards in one turn, whether it's off one card or 2 different instances, it's only going to trigger once. You get a 2/2. Then every other time after that, you just keep pumping it into a 4/4, a 6/6, and then if they happen to kill it, then you start over 2/2, 4/4, 6/6, etc., etc. It's kind of dirtily. I am not particularly a fan of it, but I just give it a build around grade because, I mean, obviously that's where you want it, right? I don't think there's enough inherent, just people want to be randomly there's no barricade basher, right? So I give it a build around, but it's probably even worse than that. John?
Yeah, I gave it the same as that other card that we talked about earlier. It was like an F in an average draft deck, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I gave it a build around C+ as well. Like it's like it's like your payoff for that, but I think this payoff is like on the dubious side. Like it's okay, but if you have enough of these, like enough things that both care about, it's like if you can get multiple triggers from one discard, then I think you're doing it. Maybe. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely build around.
Alex?
Yeah, I'll go build around. I just gave it an F for like a normal deck, but yeah, build around and like a very mediocre payoff, so C+. I can see that.
Yeah, all right. We'll just go build around with recruitment effort. A for effort and B for build around. So, Sky Sweeper is next. Man, this card is sweet. 2/2 Sentinel at uncommon for 3 justice. Stealth, which we've been very suspect of that, but get this, ultimate. At the start of your turn, discard a card and reveal Sky Sweeper to give it +2/+2 and flying. So essentially this card is a 4/4 flyer. Yeah. It's on you now, Alex, right?
Yeah, this is like the early mythic uncommon of the set, to be sure, at least for me. I gave it a B+. Just a great card.
Yeah, this is the card. This is one of the few cards that essentially make everyone so aggressive towards stealth because they're like, if it's just Skyscraper, am I just dead? So I'm like, forget it. I'll just take the chance.
Like a flying barricade basher. You know, it's crazy.
Yeah, exactly. John, where are you at? You got anything to add about this guy?
I do. I'm just a little bit lower on it. Like I gave it a B minus. It's like unlike Basher, it it has a whole turn of where it's very vulnerable, right? And we've already talked about this. It's the 2 health, and your opponents are going to be trying to deal with that. So I don't think it's like a guaranteed beater or anything. But sometimes it will just pop off and kill your opponent, which is really good. So it's definitely in the B range for me. Like I if this is supposed to be one of the payoffs for like this discard deck, like that's Christmas land, because this is just a generically powerful draft card. So everyone's going to be stealing all of your payoffs if you're in that deck. So if that's the point of that deck, then it's not going to be good.
Yeah, I mean, this thing's literally the payoff and the enabler all in one. So it's like, why even bother building around? Just play this card.
Just play
Done.
Sky Sweeper, and we're good.
Early game, you could pitch one of your 7 or 8 drops. Late game, you could pitch a power. Like, I mean, if you're aggressive deck, you just pitch your 4th or 5th power to it. You know, yeah, it's just solid through and through. Great card. So I was at a B, but you kind of talked me into the B minus just because of that moment of vulnerability. So, but it is one of those things like Basher. If they don't have an answer for it that turn, it's going to be a major issue. But I'm good with a B minus. So we'll go B minus for Sky Sweeper. This card, man, I thought it was good initially, and then I've come across all the awkward moments for it. I'm much lower on it. I feel like people are still playing it and they like it, but gosh, man, like this card has just been super awkward for me, but that could also just be the Jedi effect. This card is Topple. This is a 3 justice spell. Kill an enemy unit with the highest attack among all units. So it has to kill an enemy unit, which is good. But it also has to be the highest attack among all units. So if your opponent has a 5/5 and you play a 6/6, guess what? You can't kill their 5/5. You just straight up can't play this card. Also, you can be tied. If the biggest unit is a 3/3 or they have a 3/4 and you have a 3/3, you can still play Topple to kill their unit. It is a slow spell as well, so there's no weird combat tricks or things like that going on. So it's literally, I feel like it's a really good don't die card. I don't know. I'll let you talk about it, John, because maybe you've had better or worse luck with me than I have. So tell us about Topple. You're muted, John.
Man, I'm sorry about that. I think normally a card like this might make it in the B range for me. But this one's just a C plus. Like it is only 3 cost, and it can be good removal, but it's situational. And I think an average draft deck will have like a negate, for this in the form of like a stat buff, right? Like finest hour or, any kind of combat trick. Like, so it can be negated as well, but at least then you're getting a card out of their hand. But like, yeah, it can be a little awkward, but I think like the value of a card like this goes way up if you're like a low to the ground deck, right? And this is like your top end. Instead of a send to market, it's a sad Topple, but I think that kind of gets the job done more efficiently sometimes. So like I think it's like better or worse depending on how your deck is built. Like you mentioned, having a bigger unit, like that's you making your own card worse, right? So I think for this to be good in your deck, you need some deck building concessions, but it's still situational removal.
Like there's a bunch of situational removal in this set, and I think this is probably the best one out of all of them, but it's still kind of clunky. Alex, do you have anything to add about Topple?
Grade wise, I'm just there with John, and my note is that I like it way more than Jedi does.
Fair. I mean, I am fully open to the idea of me just having poor luck with it for sure. I like when I was higher on it, I had 2 in a deck, and I can't tell you how many times I literally had both in my hand because I couldn't play either of them. I'm just like, so, yeah, and that's the sad part too, right? Is the fact that it's not a fastball means you can't even play it when they're like combat trick, and you're like pump spell, and then you're like Topple. So, it is what it is. So you guys are on C plus with it. Is that what you guys settle on? Okay, I'll defer to you guys because I don't want to be biased or let my bias ruin our opinion for our listeners. You know, I want them to win drafts, so we'll go with C+ for Topple. Valkyrie Station. I tried playing with this card and chat told me it was bad, so I personally don't have an opinion. I have not played. I played against this in Constructed once, and the deck was kind of built around it to a point. Anyways, Valkyrie Station is an uncommon relic for 3 justice. At the end of your turn, play a 2/2 Valkyrie with flying. If you have, play a 2/2 Valkyrie with flying if you have 7 armor or more. Otherwise, gain 1 armor. So you play it. Every turn, it quote unquote gains you a life in the form of armor. Then if you happen to get to 7 armor, or if you have a weapon and then etc. somehow get there, then at the end of your turn, you will get a Valkyrie. Yeah, this card seems way too clunky. John?
I gave this one an F. I don't think I'll be playing it until there's like Armor Matters support cards in the draft packs, like inevitably in a few months, right? When they start adding in some new support, because right now I don't think this has any support, and I think it's just a do nothing relic basically.
Yeah, exactly. The fact that you can't even use it to just buff your weapons, right? It's Yep. Alex, anything to add?
Negative.
All right, fair enough. So F for Valkyrie Station. Off-book Officer is, man, this card is a 2/1 soldier at uncommon for 4 justice, double damage. That's right. 2/1 with double damage. Summon, silence an enemy unit, or play a 1/1 steadfast deputy with Aegis. Like, the only thing I'm going to say is sometimes silence is removal, but then they're just going to block this thing with whatever you silenced? Question mark. Alex, what do you think of this guy? Or lady? Yeah, lady.
Well, let's keep it off the books here. But she's okay. C+. Silence on a stick, basically, is always good. You have a unit, 2/1, double damage, even though it's on the ground, can block something pretty big. And sometimes you need that stupid 1/1 or whatever. I think all around it's a C+ for me.
Okay, fair enough. John?
I don't have a lot to add. I also gave it a C+, so we can just move on.
Okay, fair. I'll go C+. I gave it a C- because I was a little skeptical. I don't know how valuable silence is, but it is on a unit, and double damage with like 1 side slash can get there.
Yep.
All right, so C+ for off the book officer. Here we go. This is what I'm talking about. Overthrow. A 4 double justice fast spell at uncommon. Kill an enemy unit or site with cost 4 or more. John, where are you at on Overthrow?
Yeah, this is probably like the best removal in the set, right? It's basically a Justice Death Strike. It's it gets the best removal rating we have, which is a B+ for me.
Same here. Alex?
Same, fellas.
Nice. Yeah, pretty straightforward. You pretty much want to take this as much as you guys can. Card's great. Yep. Nothing much to say here. This card, man, this card continues to impress me. It's like super awkward. It's not completely busted, but man, does it do more work than you think it does. This is Staunch Protector, a 3/4 Sentinel for 4 justice. When you attack with exactly 2 units, they get endurance this turn. Alex, what do you think of Protector?
I really like 3/4 for 4. It's just something that it makes me feel safe or something. And then it could still attack at a decent rate as well. So it's like a well-statted unit. I think it blocks a lot of the units well. That being said, it's just a 4-drop, right? So I gave it a C.
Yep, that's exactly what I gave it as well, a C. I like the card a lot, but I think it's still just a C. John?
I agree completely.
Sweet. Nice. Staunch Protector, you get a solid C, my friend. Inquisitive Alchemist is next. This is a 4/4 Tinker for 5 Justice, Stealth, and then if you have a Justice Influence, just 1, not much. When Inquisitive Alchemist goes to your void, the top unit or weapon of your deck gets +2/+2. Of note, doesn't say from play. So if you happen to have the discard deck and discard it, or if your opponent makes you discard it for some reason, you still get that buff. But if you play it and then it dies in combat, you still get that buff. And a 4/4 for 5 stealth makes it kind of reasonable, right? I don't know. John, where are you at on Alchemist?
Yeah, it seems to be one of the better stealth units in common and uncommon we've seen. So I don't know, like if it gets killed, it still generates some value, right? And like so far that stat line is not embarrassing in the format at all. So I think it's a C plus.
Fair.
Yeah, I'm right there with you, John. I like getting the buff without having to pay anything. Like you still get it without. There's a couple other things you have to like pay to or something.
Yeah. So you're kind of getting a 6/6 for 4 or for 5.
Like so C plus as well.
Yeah. All right. I had a C, so I'm good coming up to C plus for Inquisitive Alchemist, and that's Justice. Justice looks pretty good. I like it. I feel like it has a little bit more on the C plus and B range, but that could also be because they have like some of the most legit removal.
Yeah, and some of the units too. I agree. I think it's like been the best looking colors so far in the common and uncommon.
Mm-hmm. Only if they would have changed Behold the Truth to Justice. Oh yeah. Anywho, moving on to Primal. We have Rune of Trickery. Gain Primal Influence. Depleted unless you have played a sigil this game. Amplify 5, play Chill. And Chill stuns an enemy unit. John, you like some stunning action. Where you at on Rune of Trickery?
Yeah, I think this one's on par with the time one, right? I gave it the same grade of C plus. I'd prioritize it the same. It has like a similar impact on the board, right? It's like a tempo play. Can't go face or anything like that though. So C plus.
Yeah, I gave it a C just because it's relevant, right? It slows down an attacker. It can get a blocker out of the way, but it doesn't force your opponent to. Doesn't really tempo them out too much or replay power and stuff like that. So I'm a little lower on it than I am the time one. Just like I said, C plus. So Alex, where are you at on it?
I'm C plus as well.
Okay, fair enough. Then I will come up to you guys. C plus for Rune of Trickery. Which one's this one? Is this a good one or a bad one? Boiling Geyser is next. This is a 1 primal fast spell. Deal 3 damage to an enemy unit that was played this turn. Yep, this is the bad one. I gave it a D. It's like Mental Misstep at least had the ability to kill anything they played. This thing has a timing requirement as well as a size requirement. I think it's too many hoops to jump through, so I give it a D. Some people will play it, sometimes they'll kill something, but Alex?
I guess, I like it better than you. I guess I have it at a C. It's conditional removal for smallish creatures, but it's not hard to leave up 1. So, yeah, I'm at a C.
Yeah, but like you can't even use it in combat to finish something off. So at some point in the game, this card is like borderline dead. I don't know. John?
I gave it a C plus.
Oh,
so I guess
cow.
we're gonna meet
Okay.
in the middle, right? At a C.
All right.
But I mean,
Yep.
it's like only 1 is such a low opportunity cost, and I mean, from what I'm seeing, there's plenty of targets for this with like stealth units and whatnot. So I think I'm okay with this so far.
All right. So one of you make a note of this as one of the cards we have to go revisit in the Sunset Show, because I think this is the furthest spread we have on a card so far.
Yeah.
This card. All right, John, you could totally take this card. This has you all over it, man. Bottled Insight is a fast spell for 1 primal. Draw a card. But there's more. Amplify 2, draw an additional card, then discard a card. So of note, the Amplify works on both drawing and discarding. So it's not draw additional card and you still at the end of it only draw 1. You draw 1 for sure. And then every time you amplify it, you draw an additional card and discard. Draw, discard, draw, discard. So John, where are you at on Bottled Insight?
Yeah, you'd think I'd like this a bit more, but it's just like a C for me. I don't want to prioritize it over playable units and things like that for the most part. Like I think I would only prioritize it if I did have like Amplify Matters or like Discard Matters synergies of some sort. It's just a cantrip basically, right? And other like it's not quite on rate with like Forbidden Research, and like there's a real cost to like, you know, making that draw discard always be in your favor, and that's like at some point you need to start keeping some cards in hand, and you know, so I don't know, like I've played it. I think I tried it in my first draft of the format, right? It's like, you know, it's not quite as good as like a Wisdom of the Elders effect or whatever. So, but you know, being able to weave it in, you know, at 1, 3, 5, like the flexibility makes it pretty playable still. So I think it's a C.
Okay. All right, fair enough. I gave it a C plus just because of the filtering late game. Like, I think this is better late. Early, it may help you hit your power. Where are you at on it, Alex?
Well, because of everything you guys said, I'm at a C minus. So I guess it gives it a C.
C it is for Bottled Insight. See, we are collectively better. You know, the sum of our parts is better than the individuals. I have no idea about this card whatsoever. Cyber Skimmer is a 1/1 Grenadine bird at uncommon for 1 justice, or correction, 1 primal. Flying, then pay 2 and sacrifice Cyber Skimmer to draw 2 cards if you have attacked with exactly 2 units this turn. I mean, you're kind of going up in cards, but you got to jump a little bit of hoops, and you're kind of playing a 1/1 flyer for 1 to make that happen. I don't know if just the better card is better. So, I mean, I kind of want to send it back to you, John, since you're kind of a value guy. So, yeah, I'm going to send it back to you.
I like this one. I think it's like kind of like more like Wisdom of the Elders if it could be paid like on installments and maybe get in a few points of damage, right? Like a dorky flyer doesn't scale well, but this helps kind of enable this whole attack with 2 units thing while refilling your hand maybe after a few turns, right? Like if you manage to get this out on an early turn, it can help enable like an otherwise more difficult attack like that where you get other effects to pop off and then you get to refill your hand a little bit. I think it's pretty decent. Like I give it a C plus.
Okay, fair enough. I give it a C minus, but I honestly had no idea. I'm not sure. Alex, where are you at?
I give it a C plus as well. This is like the kind of payoff I want from attacking with 2 things. And in Feln, there's like a lot of little flyers that you can get out early and get this off easily, you know? So, yeah, I like it. C plus.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know. I just didn't like the 1/1 body, but I can get behind you guys.
Yeah, I think it's
right.
You know, if your opponent's spending a card to deal with something because they don't want you, like I think that's fine, right?
Well, we also decided that half the people are running free Ruinous Bursts, right?
Yes, that's like the worst case scenario.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't have Reckless, so at the very least, if they play like a 1/2 flyer, 1/4, it's not going to die immediately or whatever. So there's that as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair enough. So we'll go C plus for Cyber Skimmer. Cyber Skimmer.
Mm-hmm.
Next up is Obtrusive Flicker. This is a 1 primal fast spell, and then it's Modio. Deal 1 damage to each attacking enemy, or negate an enemy spell that isn't fast. Alex, are you playing this card?
Maybe. So maybe I punted with the C, but my reasoning was I don't usually play either of those cards on their own, but the fact that it gives me the option like makes it playable, so I gave it a C.
Okay. I gave it a D. I think it's still a little too narrow, though it is kind of easy to leave up 1 to negate, you know, slow spell, but I think in this format, I could be wrong, but I feel, minus Behold the Truth, I feel a lot of the cards that you're worried about are fast speed, but I could be wrong. John, where are you at?
I give it a C like Alex. I think the fact that this only costs 1 makes it way more playable than it would otherwise be. And I think there's enough X1s and, you know, like this could both take out a flyer and reveal a stealth unit before you have to block or something. Like that's pretty good value for 1 cost and 1 card.
It basically like negates Valor on their stuff as well.
Facts.
Yeah, fair. Okay, all right. I'll come up to a C for a obstructive flicker.
Yep.
Man, I guess this card's good. I don't I don't particularly like this card, but I've also gotten rocked by the time 1/1 that becomes a 3/3. So I could be wrong on this one. Rooted Observer is a 1/1 Mandrake for 1 primal. Ultimate, when you play a unit with stealth, Rooted Observer gets +2/+2 permanently. So even if the stealth unit dies, it's still a 3/3. It is an ultimate, so it would only go up to a 3/3 unless you bounce it and replay it or bring it back from the void. Recursion. Yeah, me personally don't like cards like this. And you have to play it. So it's not even like an ally thing where if there's a stealth card in play and you play this, it gets the bonus. So you have to be able to play it after. So I give it a D+ because I'm sure I'm going to lose this guy, but I mean, it's best when you can play it on 1 and then play your stealth unit on 3, right? And I'm not quite sure if that's good enough or not. I don't know, prove me wrong. Alex, where are you at on Rooted Observer?
No, I'm right there with you with the D+. It reminds me of Shock Troops a lot, which I think we also maybe gave a D+ to, where it's like...
But you can at least trigger that at fast speed, right?
Right. That's true. But it's still like, on turn 1, great in the right deck. Top deck, not so good. Yeah, I'm at a D+.
John?
Yeah, I gave it a C-, but D+ sounds great. Like how much you want to play this card will just 100% just depend on like the quantity and quality of your pool's stealth units, which like right now I'm not like prioritizing stealth units. Like they have not wowed me. Like some of them are good, most of them are bad, right? So I don't know if like prioritizing stealth units that might be like a throw. You know what I mean?
Yeah, fair enough. Yep, I'm behind it. So D+ for Rooted Observer. All right, Bomb is on here, but you have to create that card, right? That's not in the set, or is it?
No, it's a real card now.
Oh, okay. Yeah. All right, then we'll cover it. All right, so Bomb is next. This is a 2 primal spell at uncommon. Give a unit +1 attack and reckless, and draw a card. So it replaces itself. You put it on a flyer to make it a little bigger, but of course reckless is horrible. So you can also put this as a unit, so you can give it to your opponent's unit. You can reveal stealth. You can make one of the units attack into your guy, etc., etc. I personally still don't like this card. So, John?
Yeah, I don't know. I think it's kind of interesting, right? Like, it would be like a B-level card for me, except that it's just so situational. Because you have to have like the ability to, without fear, block the thing that you give reckless. But like because it's so flexible, you can like use it to help you like, slap it on unblockable or fly or something and kind of close out the game too. So I think it's a very playable card, but I think it's like how good it is just so dependent on the board state. Like I'd probably say just about a C for that one for me.
Okay. So Alex, be our tiebreaker, man. Where are you at?
I think I'm right there with John at a C. It's the versatility of it and the fact that it replaces itself. So I like it. I'm at a C. It's an interesting card. Yeah.
All right. I'll give it to you guys. I'm still low on it, but I mean, yeah, the draw card helps it a lot.
It also wasn't in my pool, so I had to, wasn't on my list. I had to just
Same. That was an on the fly one for me.
Yeah, I just copied and pasted off of Eternal Warcry, so I guess it wasn't on there.
Right. Yeah, but you're right. Like it is in the draft packs for sure. It's a real card.
Yeah,
I remember a card made it. I just wasn't sure if. So yeah, good to know. I haven't seen her. At least I was on my radar. I just ignored it. Anywho, Tandem Shield Bearer is next. This is a 1/2 soldier for 2 primal. When you attack with exactly 2 units, they get +2 health this turn. Yeah, I don't like this card. 1/2 is a liability in a world with Valor, and then +2 health just isn't quite good enough in my opinion. So yeah, I gave it a D. Anyone have anything to add?
I don't know about this one. What do you think, Alex?
I gave it a D+ again. This one with this other blue unit. I liked it when in Skycrag when there were barricade bashers and it like forced your opponent to like just make bad blocks or whatever with those, but you're not really getting so many barricade bashers. I don't know the bonus of the +0/+2 so much. Yeah, I'm at a D+.
Okay, like I just really don't know about this one. I don't know. I gave it a D plus just as a gut feeling, but it was like D plus
Right.
question mark. Like I don't even.
Sweet. D plus for Tandem Bear. Fair enough. Next up, Wild Azri is a 2/1 bird for 2 primal. Man, I wish it was. I feel like this should have been a dinosaur, especially from the picture, but whatever, it's a bird. And it has flying. That's it. Pretty simple. 2/1 flyer for 2. Seems solid. I gave it a straight up C. Let's send it over to you, Alex.
Yeah, C minus. It's aggressive little 2-drop. Can attack for a while, but it gets outclassed pretty fast, and there's a lot of pinging things. So C minus because of the fragility.
Okay, John.
Yes, it's C just because like it only costing 2. I think makes it like about on rate and whatnot. So it's a C for me. Like it's not just the ping effects though. It's like I mentioned earlier, like 1/4s are like a thing in the format for flying, and then also there's like in the draft packs there's all the half card flyers, right? Like Beckoning and Humbug Nest, I think.
And Afflictor.
Yeah, and then there's both auto tread still in those packs, Afflictor in these packs. Yes.
Yeah, that's all you want to do is just feed that thing to oblivion. Anywho. Next up, we have a Cyber Hyena. This is a 2/1 Grenadine Beast for 3 primal. Reckless, Stealth, and then Entomb, draw a card. I don't like this card. I gave it a C minus, which I personally feel is probably a little too much, to be completely honest with you. I don't like, actually, I feel like I just want to give it a D. I don't like any of this card. A 2/1 Stealth is horrible. Reckless is just, you guys know how I feel about that. And then replacing itself, why is it even in your deck? Just have a better card. John?
You can't replace that turn.
Yeah, exactly. It just
right. Like I gave it a D. It's like such a huge. It's like it replaced itself. Oh, cool. No, but it's like just such a huge tempo cost. That's where the real cost is.
Yeah. Yep. Alex?
I mean, I gave it a C minus because I guess the replacing itself part. But yeah, you're right. It's just
sweet. It's a D.
Yes.
Cyberfang Hyena to D. Don't play it. Okay, this card, I actually like Intrigue, and this is our first instance of it. Merciless Officer is a 4/2 soldier at uncommon for 3 primal. Stealth, and then Intrigue 2, +3 health, and Berserk. So, Intrigue means that you could play a stealth unit for 3, or you could play it for 5, paying the 2 Intrigue cost to give it a bonus. A couple of quick things about Intrigue is that you are forced to play it if you have the power to play it. What I mean is that if you have 5 power and you play your Merciless Officer, even if you didn't want to play the Intrigue cost, it will play it. It will pay it. There's no window to select it. So just keep that in mind, that if you do want to play it for, I mean, this one, granted, I don't think you're ever going to want to play this for 3, but if you do, realize that you have to spend the power somehow. So I think that makes it a little awkward, but I just don't see why you wouldn't play. I think every stealth card that has Intrigue, you just want to play it for the higher cost. And then, yeah, this thing being a 4/5 Berserk for 5, I think is great. So what exactly did I give it? I gave it a, did I really just give it a straight C? Yeah, I guess I did. All right, well, I just give it a straight C. I could probably see a C+, honestly. I don't think it's B range. I don't think the 4/5 is not absolutely backbreaking stats. There's no really I can think of. I think there's only one way to kind of give it flying on the go. If you're Felon, you could give it unblockable for a turn. So I think there's some upside, but I think it's still C+ for me. John, where are you at on this Sly Officer?
I did give it a C+. I think either mode is pretty reasonable, right? Yeah, with a little support, this can definitely do some damage.
Alex?
Yeah, I'm a solid C+ as well. It's one of the better stealth units, I think, overall.
Yep. Yeah. So I like her. I like her. Once again, the playing, the timing and the way of intriguing work is a little awkward, right? Because you can't leave up the combat trick to see what happens and then maybe play or maybe not, but whatever. Next up, we have Plunged into the Sea. This is a 3 primal spell at uncommon. Transform a unit into a 5/5 beast and stun it. Yeah, I don't like this card. I think it is the epitome of clunky for all kinds of reasons. So I just give it a D. John, have you figured out how to break this card or no?
No, but I don't think it's that bad. I gave it a C. Like, I don't know. I think if your plan is to use this on your own unit, like it's a bit slow, right? But I think it might be decent enough. If you have, if you have some cards that like maybe are dorky but do something, and you don't mind transforming them, and you're like a slower deck, I think there's some value there, and it's like a flexible card, right? So
Mhm.
like, there's a world where this actually nerfs one of your opponent's units. And just the fact that it stuns for 2 turns also gives it that additional flexibility, right? So there's some games where literally just stunning the unit will help you close it out. So like, it's a flexible card. I don't think any of the modes are great though. So I think it's a C. That might be too high.
Yeah, like I get it, right? Later in the game, you can upgrade your 2-drop that's still laying around, or your stealth unit that flipped and gave you the spell or something, but I don't know. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. What do you think, Alex?
Well, it has some uses, I guess. I gave it a C as well, and I think that was mostly a punt. But yeah,
Okay. All right. So we'll go C minus then. So both of you guys are kind of skeptical about your C's, and I'm on a D. We'll go C minus for
That's
plunged
fair.
into the C. This is the card that tilts me that it does not have flying.
Yeah.
Because it is literally an elemental tornado. It is a giant tornado with flying arms and wind blasting it everywhere, and it doesn't. What? It tilts me so bad. I'm gonna mess this up so many times.
I mean,
This is
it should have been called low rolling fog or something then.
yeah. It's I don't even know what a rolling mist or something.
It's so bad.
Yeah. Rolling Fog is a 2/3 elemental for 3 primal. It has stealth, and then Intrigue 2. See, they could have at least given it flying for the Intrigue, but no, it just gets a +1/+1. Yep. So it goes from a 2/2 for 3 to a 3/4 for 5. So I guess you can give this thing some points for its flexibility. Why couldn't it just be +1/+1 flying if you paid 5? Like, that would be reasonable. So whatever, I give it a C. It's a 2/3 for 3 is serviceable at best. It's not great, but if you need a 3-drop, you can play it on 3. If not, you hold it. It's like both sides of it are not great, but it feels, I don't know. I just give it a C. Whatever. Alex, go ahead.
This is so begrudgingly playable for me. There's like in green, you have the 2/3 for 2 or the 3/4 for 4 instead of the 2/3 for 3 and the 3/4 for 5. I gave it a D.
Okay. John?
You guys mentioned how annoying it is. Like, this card just annoys me so much. Like, why? What is that, sand tornado? Like, why can't this at least have ambush or something? Like, flying on the opponent's turn? Come on, man. It's a D plus.
All right, fair. You guys sold me on it. D. Yep. Sorry, Rolling Fog. You are going to pay for the sins of your developers. All right. Next up, we have Rule the Skies. I like this card. It is a fast spell for 3 primal. Deal 2 damage to an enemy unit. If it has flying, deal 6 damage to it instead. Yeah, I think it's good. I like it. It's not biting winds, but at the same time, it's kind of better because they don't have to be attacking. I like it. I think the flexibility is what kind of puts it over the top for me, honestly. And it could be, I still just give it a straight C. I don't think it's busted because you are paying the extra 1. You're paying 3 to deal 2 damage, which isn't great, but at least fast speed lets you combo it with things, eat a combat trick, finish after combat, etc., etc. And then the fact that it just straight up kills 90% of the flyers in this format, if not all of them, I think is really solid as well, because that's one of the ways you die in limited. So yeah, once again, I give it a C. Could be a C plus the way I'm looking at it, but I don't know. Where are you at on it, John?
No, I think it's a C up from a C minus because of the flexibility for me. Like, the rate's just not great if you're just using the deal 2, right?
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, you're a little sad, but like, that still can be like an effective thing, and in some games that's what you need, and the flexibility is there. So it's a C also for me.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is to look at this card as a way to deal with a flyer, and then you have the insurance policy that if they don't play a flyer, you could still use it to pick off something else.
Yeah, it's like another way to make a card like this main deckable in a best of 1 format, where you're not just kicking yourself every time it's sitting in your hand.
Yeah, exactly. Alex, what about you?
Triple C's, my friend.
Sweet. Rule the Skies, you get a C. This one's interesting. Shockwave Elemental is a 3/2 elemental at uncommon for 3 primal. Stealth. When a unit blocks Shockwave Elemental, stun that unit. John, why don't you give us a breakdown of this guy?
Sure. So I gave this one a straight up C as well. I think it's fine at everything it does, right? Except it's not actually great at like killing your opponent. Because it's annoying, right? It can be very annoying. But sometimes it's really just gonna stun out alternating 1/1s or something and be very low impact. So it's not always going to be great. And like, as long as your opponent just has a free unit available, and by free unit, I mean, it doesn't need to be attacking this turn or blocking really for, you're in a board stall or something like that. Right. So I don't know. I think it doesn't quite do as much as you'd like. But I think, stunning a unit every turn is still something at least. So yeah, I think it's still playable. It's a C for me.
Yeah, I think that's a good breakdown. Alex?
It would be a lot better if it like did it on both ends, like blocking or when it gets blocked.
Mm-hmm.
So because of that, it is still just a C, but it's a pretty good unit.
Yeah, I mean, it's better when you're the aggressive one, right? You're on the beatdown and they have to either let this thing through or risk like blockers and whatnot. But yeah, I'm with you guys. It's a C. Interesting card though. Very interesting. Next up, Cover from the Storm. This is a 4 double primal spell. Deal 3 damage to each non-hidden unit. Alex, what do you think of Cover from the Storm?
So because of the blowout potential with this card, you can kind of craft your deck around it. I gave it a C+.
Okay. All right. John?
See, I don't know that you can really craft around this very easily. It being like deal 3. I mean, I guess you mean by that play more hidden units or something, but I don't know about that. Anyway, like I think, just a normal board wipe kind of gameplay pattern of sandbagging a unit or two and then popping it off on a favorable board state is good enough, right? And I agree with the grade of a C+, I think. That's like tentative because this is the kind of card where it's like so meta dependent and whatnot, how good it is, but I'm feeling a C+ for this one.
Yeah, I like the C+ as well because of the fact that like it's better. It's not cyber combustion, right? It only says non-hitting units, so it can't kill a stealth unit. But you know that next turn that unit's probably gonna be flipped, or like you can control it, right? So I like it. I think it's you're gonna be able to do exactly that. What Alex said, craft the board to where it benefits you, and if you get a 2 or 3 for 1 off of this card, I think you're really happy with that. So yeah, C+ for Cover from the Storm. Next up is Distilled Rage. This is a 4 primal spell at uncommon. 2 of your units go berserk. Yeah, I don't like this card. I gave it a D. I'm sure I'm going to lose to it at some point, but it doesn't give the units evasion. I think I'd rather just give 1 unit berserk and evasion like Death from Above than this. It feels a little bit like a win more card, right? It doesn't buff the units at all either. So you're kind of, yeah, I don't particularly like this card. So I give it a D. John?
I have the exact same feeling about it. Seems very win more to me, right? Like, so I think ideally it's just in your market, right? So you can just grab it on the board state where it's going to be great, as opposed to just running it in your deck and crossing your fingers.
Okay, yeah. I like that. Let's go with the market grade for this one. I like that.
Like I kind of mentioned earlier though, like I've been real stingy with my market grades here because like the power level of my market grabs needs to be so high because there's so little market access, right? I don't want. I think a D is probably fine here. Like I don't know.
Well, Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, I agree. I'll lose to this card as well, but I don't think it's very good. I give it a D.
Okay. All right, fine. We'll go with a D then. D for Distilled Rage. Here you go, John. You can talk about this one. Fright Azri is a 1/4 soldier bird for 4 primal. Flying, and then summon, you gain an Aegis.
Yeah.
So tell us about it.
It's it's pretty boring, right? The Aegis is something, but I don't think I would prioritize that for any reason in particular in this draft format. Like the stat line is pretty reasonable as a 1/4, but it's just really bad at killing your opponent, and it seems like they toned down, I think, the average occurrence of buffs for flyers, right? Like you're going to see less Malagi munitions and cards like that, where it's like weapons that you're going to be playing every draft and things like that. So I like the weapons here are like that we looked at that were more playable were uncommons and stuff in this set. So like I don't know how much I'm going to want a 1/4 flyer in my deck, in this format, right? So I don't know. I think this one's a little meta dependent, but I like it as a defensive body, and I don't like it as an offensive body. So I think it's like a little below average for me as a C minus.
Okay. Yeah, I can get behind that. Alex, what about you?
I just gave it a D plus. It was like, why can't this be a 2/4? Or was this a card that might have had stealth before they decided to not put it on anything with flying or something like that? I gave it a D plus. I don't like it very much.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think the fact that there's another 1/4 in the format that has a better upside makes it a kind of a thing. But I do like the safety that it kind of gives you. Like I feel like a 1/4 in the air does a decent job of gumming things up. So kind of with John as well. But I don't know. What do you guys want to settle on then? I don't think it's a D. I definitely think it's a C.
Yeah, C range.
Let's go C minus. We'll go C minus with Freight Azri. Next up, we have Gnashing Displacer. This is a 4/4 beast for 5 primal, overwhelm, and stealth. Yeah, I think this card is just fine. I just gave it a straight up C. I don't think there's anything special about it, but I don't think you're gonna hate running it. Overwhelm helps it a lot, right? And stealth means it may or may not eat up a card or a trick or something. It makes it hard for your opponents to attack into it or to block the first go around. So yeah, I like it. I think it's a C. Alex?
Yeah, I gave it a C minus. It's just uninspiring, but yeah, it's okay.
John?
I also said C minus. I think this is exactly where all the stealth units kind of are, but like, what if it was just a normal 5-drop, huh? Like, I don't know. It's just a little weak for me for the cost, but it's still very playable. C minus.
Okay, fair enough. So, yep, C minus for Gnashing Displacer. Grizzled Guard is a 4/4 soldier at uncommon for 5 primal. Aegis, stealth, then ultimate. When Grizzled Guard blocks, reveal it to give your blocking units +2 health this turn. Alex, tell us about Grizzled Guard.
Yeah, it's a great defensive unit, which blue 10 stab units that want to do that, they go long game a lot of the times. And then it can start attacking pretty well as a 4/4 body after it does its defensive trick. I gave it a C plus.
Okay. Yeah. All right. And what about you, John?
Yeah, I think this one is like just slightly better than the last one. I mean, it has like a lot of the same stuff going on, right? So it was just a C for me.
Yeah.
Don't have a lot more to add.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. I gave it just a C as well, but I do like it. I think this card has some definite upside. So yeah, we'll go with C for Grizzle Guard. I like it. I think it makes it like it's such a deceptive kind of combat trick, right? That I don't think your opponent really is able to play around it, nor will they, because it's an uncommon. And there's a 5. I feel like we're gonna see a lot more stealths at 5 than we are at 3. I could be wrong, but yeah, I like this card. I think it's going to do a lot more than you think, but it's also, you kind of have to be at the very least a parity kind of board state, right? For this to be a complete blowout. So, yeah, if you're the aggressor, it's a little awkward as well, because it only triggers when it blocks and you don't want to attack with it, etc., etc. So I'm good with a C for Grizzled Guard. Next up, we have Soaring Pennant. This is a +0/+5 relic weapon at uncommon for 5 primal. When you attack with exactly 2 units, they get flying this turn. Man, this feels really, really powerful to me. Like, yes, this could easily be a do-nothing card if you're behind, but if you're at parity, this can kind of get you there. If you're winning, it's definitely going to be a win more card. It's really bad in a race because obviously you want to try to not take hits, but sometimes maybe just playing this to get 2 units up in the air, right? Dive bomb only added 2 additional power, but the big thing was they gave 2 people or 2 units flying, and that helped end a lot of games. I think this is kind of there a little bit. Obviously not as strong because it's not a combat trick, but yeah, I kind of like this card. I give it a C+. John, where are you at on Soaring Pendant?
Yeah, speaking of dive bomb, that is in the format again, which is good to combat these attack with 2 unit type cards. So watch out for that one. But like, I think this is good, right? And I think you described the board states correctly. Like, so yeah, I think based on that, I'm happy to at least kind of play this. Like, it can be a finisher, right? Like, just jump your 2 biggest units the turn you play it and win. Or like you mentioned, the board stall situation where it might be good. I think that green common we talked about earlier that gives endurance pairs great with this, right? Because then you can both attack and defend the relic weapon you played. So I think it's pretty good. I'm like, it might be a C+. I haven't really played with it enough to know for sure. I think I just gave it a tentative C.
Mm-hmm. Okay, fair. Then Alex, what do you think?
So I want to give it a way higher grade than this. I think it's probably better than this, but I'll start at a C+. I think this card potentially is quite strong.
Cool.
All right. Well, that defaults us to a C+ for Soaring Pennant. All right, and that's Primal. Not very impressive. More of a support color as typical for Primal.
I've never had so many question marks on my ratings. Like, what the heck is going on with Primal here?
Yeah, you're not wrong. I agree with you, but once again, it's kind of really feels like it's following suit with the standard of it being more of a support color than a color you really want to be in. So, take it for what it's worth, I guess.
Yep.
All right, let's go into Shadow. Starting off with Rune of Illusion. Probably one of the cooler premiums, to be honest with you. Gain Shadow Influence. Depleted unless you have played a sigil this game. And then Amplify 5, play Ghost Form, which makes a unit unblockable and gain lifesteal this turn. Alex, what do you think of Illusion?
I think so. It's like really good in a Stone Scar deck because you're probably aggressive and that'll help you like win a race. Probably a little bit less in Feln or Argenport. But I think it's still a C+, just because of the quote-unquote free aspect of it or whatever. So yeah, C+ for me for this.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. I think this one has a high, even though it's not completely backbreaking most of the time, I think it has a pretty decent chance of being applicable every time you want to play it or can play it. So I give it some credit for that. John, what about you?
Same score.
Sweet. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Rune of Illusion, you get a C+. Okay, this one is, I thought it was good. I haven't played it, I haven't played against it, but as I took time to read it, I got lower and lower on it. So I actually gave this one a D+. I just don't think discard is worth it. Afflictor is a 1/1 shaman. We haven't seen too many of those running around. Uncommon. For one shadow, pay 2, exhaust Afflictor, and discard a card to play a -1/-1 curse on an enemy unit and gain 1 life. Yeah, actually reading that in slow-mo out loud makes it not even a D+. I want to just give it a D. Alex, what do you think, Alex?
I'm like so far off from you. I'm at a B. I love this unit, and
holy cow, hot take.
Yeah, I mean it's basically Shadow's auto tread.
Don't say it. No.
Oh,
like
he said it.
Like worse in some ways, better in other ways, and it I love it for popping hidden units,
stealth
to become afflicted, and I just love this guy. It's great. Give it a B.
Oh my gosh, hot take. Wow.
And it's like it's a lightning rod. People do not like getting their things afflicted, for sure.
All right, John, where are you at, man? Oh my gosh.
Yeah, that's night and day with y'all two. I'm in the middle, of course, right? Like, I gave it a C minus question mark, because if it's not dealt with, right, and this is like into the mid to late game, there's a lot of opportunity to like break open a board, right, with this guy. Like, but it's slow once per turn, right? So it's like, I mean, it's so unfair to auto tread to even mention its name in the same sentence with this card, but I think it is, sometimes going to be great and sometimes going to be terrible, right? But like, they probably spent some removal on your 1-drop in those terrible situations, so it's still okay, right? But yeah, C minus for me.
All right, I guess that balances us out at a C question mark. I'll put C question mark on here. So I guess there's no wrong answer. Viewers, listeners, if you want to play this card, play it. If you don't. We're not gonna fault you either way, I guess. Oh man. All right. Next up, we have Glen Pathcutter. It's a 2/1 elf rogue for 1 shadow. And then if you have shadow influence, when Glen Pathcutter goes to your void, give a unit or weapon in your hand +2 attack permanently. So chat seems to be high on this card. I feel like this might be the drifting drone of the format for me, where I just don't see it. Like I get it, right? I understand the logic, but I don't think it plays out as powerful. But I mean, you are getting 4/1 worth of stats for 1, so I guess that's a thing. But I mean, you're playing a 2/1 for 1. That, I don't know. Alex, where are you at on this guy?
Normally I know what we all think about 2/1s for 1, but this is one I actually like. I give it a C plus.
So wait, you don't like the 2/1 Valor Grenadine, but you like this dude?
Yes.
Please elaborate.
Well, it's just I like putting the 2 damage on little flyers or big flyers, or a weapon, making a weapon all of a sudden the 3 to a 5/2, or it just, I don't know. I just like it.
Okay, all right, fair enough, John.
I mean, I think it is a very playable 1-drop, so I think giving it a C is saying a lot, right? So I give it a C.
Yeah, and that's where I put it at. I put it at just a plain C. So
Yeah, we're not that far off, right? I like it.
okay, all right, fair enough. Oh well, and that's exactly why we did.
Gonna go fight or something.
I mean, that's exactly why we did the grading scale, right? For that exact reason, so we can have a discussion about it, and then we're both like, "Oh yeah, we just give it a C. It's fine." It's like, this is an amazing C. Well, this is a garbage C.
C.
Yeah, exactly. All right. This one I like. Sadly, I haven't been able to go off with it yet, but I've had my opponents kind of impress me with it. So this is Glen Sapper. This is a 1/1 mage at uncommon for 1 shadow as well, but she has flying. And then ultimate, pay 6 and discard your hand to play 2 Shadow Sea Slimes with attack and health equal to the number of units in your void. So this is a complex card, and I'll let you break it down, John, because you do a better job of that than I do.
All right. Yeah, I mean, this is a great card in the late game, right, with its ultimate. And then up until that point, it is just a 1/1 flyer. So I don't think you can really go too high on it as far as the rating, right? But it doesn't really ask anything of you setup wise, other than just play your draft game and get to the late game and play this guy. So I think it's pretty good. I give it a C plus, because that effect is very powerful in your average draft game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's exactly why I give it C plus as well. Alex, where are you at?
It's a great ultimate. And I gave it a higher grade. I gave it a B, maybe because I used it to great success, but I like it with other cards paired with it. Like the Grenadine that buffs it every time it would get through or whatever. But do you have to have a card in your hand to make it work?
You do.
Okay, so you can't discard anything.
You mean, yeah, you can't discard nothing. You have to discard at least one card.
At least one card. Gotcha.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's part of the cost.
Yep. So you go with C+?
Sure.
All right. C+ for Glenn Sapper. I think it's fair. Because the 1/1 body, I mean, if you combo it with your path cutter, right, then you can make it a 3/2, a 3/1 flyer if you have to play it early, and then late game it could be very powerful. Next up, we have one of our conditional removal spells, Turn for the Worse. It is a 1 shadow fast spell at uncommon. Kill an enemy unit that has taken damage this turn. Alex?
It's not too much setup to make this work, whether you're on the attack or on defense. For 1, I like this card, actually. I gave it a B-.
Ooh, okay. That's interesting. By the way, the artwork's super sick. Like the doctor's sitting there with the machete behind him. It's kind of crazy and gruesome at the same time. John, where'd you put Turn for the Worse?
Yeah, so I do think it's deceptively good, right? I think the first time you read that, it seems kind of weird, but like, I mean, think about just a combust, right? 1 mana, trade your worst unit for their best. That's basically what this is in a lot of board states. The thing is, though, is you have to be able to damage it, right? So, like, let's say it's an evasive unit, this card is just not gonna kill it, right? And you're still just gonna be dying to it. So it is still conditional. And like, it is gonna always, not always, but most of the time, be a 2-for-1 against yourself. But sometimes you just need something dead, and that's okay. I do think it's playable, and I gave it a C-.
Okay, yeah, that's where I'm at on it as well. I gave it a C- as well because it's probably best on defense, where you could select the blocker, which is your weakest unit, to get rid of their best unit. It works well with Ruinous Burst, but like you mentioned, yeah, evasive or on offense, it's just not nearly as good. So yeah, I gave it a C- as well. What'd you give it again, Alex?
I gave it a B-, but I've been...
All right, so C then, right? C sounds about right.
C.
Yeah, we could do C for Turn for the Worse. I like your comparison to Combust. It's just something has to happen to make it that, right?
Yeah, it's not like just having the unit. It's like,
yeah,
you have to be able to make that damage happen too. Like that's not always trivial.
Yeah. So I gave this next card a D+. I could potentially be swayed for it to be better than that if you're always just keeping it to pitch the power you don't need to get some gas, maybe, but I don't know. You're kind of relying on your opponent to have good cards. Anyways, this is Ransack. This is a 2 shadow spell. Discard a card to draw the top 2 cards of the enemy player's deck. So it's kind of a modified Devour, right? You're pitching a card from your hand and playing Ransack, so it's still 2 for 2 to get 2 random cards off the top of your opponent's deck. And really, there's no way of knowing what's on the top of your opponent's deck. So the best case scenario I could see is exactly that, right? Is that you're pitching the power you don't need and this but then wouldn't it be better if this was just a more viable card?
The best case is like you're using this to enable some discard mechanic.
Yeah, I don't know. So am I right at a D+ for this, for Ransack?
I think that's pretty reasonable. I mean, I gave it an F, so.
I gave it a straight D. People cannot refrain from playing this card. Like people love it.
People love like Pilfer, like, right? That's a fan favorite. This is a similar kind of effect.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It just, yeah.
I think you only actually want to play this if you're like doing this whole self discard synergy thing, right? Like, otherwise the payoff is just dubious. And like, I don't know about you guys, but my decks are always better than my opponent's decks. So I don't want their cards. I want my cards.
You're not wrong.
Good point.
You're not wrong. Yeah, I just don't like the randomness, and then if it's in the late game, you could draw their top 2 power, so then they draw into gas quicker.
Yeah, it literally might just actively hurt you.
Yep. So D for Ransack. Shadowpath Intimidator is next. She's a 2/2 rogue for 2 shadow. Summon the enemy unit of your choice can't block this turn, or a player of your choice discards the top 2 cards of their deck. So it's pretty much a 2/2 for 2 with upside or just side or something. So whatever, it's fine. It's a C. I don't know. Anyone? It's a little bit better in an aggressive deck, right? Where the can't block text comes into play a little bit more. But really, I'm just looking at this as a 2/2 for 2 that may have some application in the late game.
It's also, a quote free way, right? To
Discard, yeah.
To pop a stealth unit.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
that's
very
like
true, actually, yeah.
You do end up prioritizing kind of any units you'd play anyway that do kind of have abilities like that. So like
Mhm.
I think in this format, this is like a pretty decent 2-drop. I don't think its rating goes up from a C though, right? Like it's still a 2/2 for 2. Just has like the upside's real in most games.
Yep,
Agreed.
fair.
Agreed. C.
Sweet. All right. Oops, sorry if that came across loud. My bad. Shadowpath Intimidator is a C. Next up, we have Soil Renewal. This is a 2 Shadow Relic at uncommon. At the start of your turn, discard the top 2 cards of your deck. F, don't play it.
F.
Well, there's not much more to say, right? Like,
Sweet.
your draft deck's not very big.
Yep.
This is gonna
Awesome.
kill you so
Perfect.
much faster than damage.
All right, easy enough. Sweet. F, move on. Don't play it. Deep Cover Operative is a 2/2 rogue for 3 shadow. Stealth. When Deep Cover Operative hits the enemy player, you draw a card and take 1 damage. You get to draw a card, John. What do you think?
I just wrote when it hits the enemy player, lol. Like D+.
Fair. It goes with the that one. I feel like all these stealth cards work with the 2/3 when the unit, 2 units attack ping the opponent. I give it a C just because I think there's a couple of ways you can kind of get in, right? And then it replaces itself. So,
but you probably spent a card getting it in, so did it replace itself?
Fair. Yeah, you're not wrong.
Something
you're
got
not
replaced.
wrong. I mean, Shadow has the rune, and then, like I said, I was just thinking of Stone Scar with literally that 1 guard. So you're not wrong. You can talk. So you said what? D+?
Yes,
is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay. Where are you at on it, Alex?
I was at a C-.
Perfect.
Okay, fair enough. All right, sweet. So C minus and C or D. So C minus for Deep Cover Operative. Yeah, a 2/2 is so hard to kind of get away with it. And there's no Shadow Walk Cloak in this format yet. I'm sure I wouldn't be surprised if that happens in one of the iterations. But for right now, it's just not doing enough.
Cloak is
So,
a Neo
fair
key
enough.
card, right? Isn't it still in the draft packs?
If it is, it's not weighted.
Yeah, I think it is.
So, okay.
Aren't
All right, fair.
all the cards from the last set in the draft packs?
They are, right? That's what I said. I can't remember 100% if it was EOG.
Got you. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, but with the weighted, like the weight, it's so awkward.
Yeah, it's not very common that you see it at all.
Yeah, the
I'll
common
be honest.
unblockable is the power, like the rune, like you mentioned.
Like, I get it. So people have a chance to collect the cards for Expedition, but I'm not 100% sure how I feel about that. I think they should just get away. If they're playing with 15, 10, and 12 and 5 weighted cards, they should just even it out a little bit more and then get rid of all the once in a blue moon cards, right? Because then that you're like, oh wait, this card is in that format. Wow, I just got blown out by a 1 out of 30 card or whatever. Yeah. So anyway, Leatherhide is next. This is a 3/2 Minotaur for 3 Shadow, Stealth, and then when Leatherhide hits the enemy player, he gets +1/+1. This is pretty much the card that I just assume every Shadow Stealth is. And so far, I've been right like 87% of the time. So take that for what it's worth. I feel like this is pretty close to the 2-drop that you and I liked in previous formats, Alex. So why don't you take it away with Leatherhide?
So, I mean, completely acceptable on curve as a 3-drop, a 3/2 that if it happens to get through, gets bigger. It's not phenomenal or anything, but it's definitely a C. Especially, I mean, like if someone's going to use a removal on the 3/2, go ahead. Yeah, I like it at a C.
Yeah, and once again, it says whenever it hits the enemy player, right? So once again, if you have some way of having this trigger damage, And once again, I feel like I'm going to keep going back to that 1-2-3. I really need to remember its name, but
yeah, that's a
there's
great
that.
enabler in the set. It really is.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that trigger, and we'll talk about another card here in a minute as well that I think makes those two combo off super sick. Where are you at on Leatherhide, John?
I'm also at a C.
Yep.
Like it has the opportunity, but yeah, at the end of the day, it's
Yeah, it's just a C. Yeah, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at on it as well. So I think it's fine. Super cool artwork. Don't know how good the card is. So I'll let you take this one away, John. This is Outmatched. This is a 3-shadow spell at uncommon. Kill an enemy unit without the highest attack among all units.
yeah. Like I think this has got to be one of the worst possible conditions for like this kind of slow conditional removal they keep putting in the game, right? But I think it's still probably playable. This will kill that one evasive unit that you're not able to deal with, right? So I think it's probably okay. I give it a C-, right?
Okay. I give it a D+ because I do think it's conditional. I think it's really going to shine in Xenon, where you're going to have the 6/6 Valor, right? Which guarantees you of having the biggest unit on the board. I mean, granted, it doesn't. Your opponent can have the biggest unit as well, and then you still kill something smaller. But I mean, that in most cases there, I feel like you'd want to kill the biggest unit. So I don't know. I'm really skeptical about it, but once again, I might still just have PTSD from those topples shenanigans. So where are you at on it, Alex?
I think it's like you'll find a significant unit, maybe to the point of like their second best unit. So that, like, I don't know, that makes it like a C, I guess. It's good at getting rid of flyers because those tend to be like mid-size on the power.
Okay.
So yeah, I gave it a C.
Okay. Of note is a spell, so you can get blown out by a combat trick here as well. Keep that in mind. So all right, I'll come up to a C with you guys. I have faith in you guys.
I said C-.
Oh, okay. C-. My bad.
It's me in the middle. C-.
Yeah, C-. C- for Outmatched. Next up, Stalking Assassin is a 3/2 rogue at uncommon for 3 shadow, stealth, and then ultimate. Pay 1, discard a card, and reveal Stalking Assassin to deal 3 damage to the enemy player and gain 3 life.
You're doing it, Jedi.
Like, I gave it a C because it's at the end, it's like a 3/2 for 3 stealth with some upside later, right? But God, you're asking so much of this card. I don't even think it's a C, to be honest with you. I don't know. What do you think, John? Like, I mean, the 3 damage and 3 health is relevant, right? That's a 6-point life swing, and sometimes that makes the difference. But
yeah, at the cost
you're doing
of a card.
so. Yeah, I mean, well, I keep envisioning that being like a power you don't need, right?
Sure. Yeah,
but how long is this thing really going to
see? You know.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, I still, to me, like, that's so extra that I just don't care. Like, as far as like prioritizing it or anything. Like, I think you'd want a reason to be doing the ultimate, maybe, to prioritize this card, just because the stat line is just not quite there. So it's a C- for me.
Like, I keep going back to that Stone Scar deck, right? The aggressive Stone Scar deck. You're trying to get them down, and then you want to burn them out with like this and the Demolition Cannon, right? Between the two of them, you get them down to sub 10 health and just kind of reach to finish them off. So yeah, I mean,
I'm probably wrong. It probably is at least a C.
Like, I think so. Then there, right? Once you get to 5 power, you're good. Or 4 power. Yeah, I think even the aggressive decks want to get to 5. So I think you get to 5, and then every other power after that is just kind of stuff that you can pitch. Maybe
I'm not sure. Detonation Cannon, though. I mean, like at that in that deck, you're like playing power till you're at least at 7, right?
Oh no, it has to be 8.
Or is it 8? Yeah, I mean, you're just happy to like play your power.
Well, I mean, and so if you're getting 8 power, are you really winning that game though, right? The mid-range decks I think are fine going to 8, but
yeah, true.
If you're kind of a low to the ground aggressive deck where your curve kind of stops at 5, I don't. That is the benefit, but at the same time, I'm not sure. What do you think, Alex?
I think like for an aggressive deck, it's like a kind of unit that you would want with that late game reach. The 6-point swing can be huge. I'm on a C though. It's not like mind blowing or anything, but I like it at a C.
Cool.
Okay. So 2 C's and a C minus. We'll stick to C for stocking assassin. Yeah, I think it's an interesting card. We're gonna have to wait and see how the format plays out. This is another one that chat's higher on that I just am not drinking the Kool-Aid on whatsoever. This is Thorn Crawler. 4/1 Mandrake for 3 Shadow, Lifesteal and Stealth. Thorn Crawler can't block. Womp womp. Yeah, I gave it a D, and I want to give it less than that, but maybe chat's played it more than I have. Maybe chat's seen other players do better with it. But
I played it.
Okay, all right. So tell us about it, John.
I don't know. I think it's the most playable one of these stupid shadow can't block units they've printed yet, and it's still not quite a C, but it's like a C minus for me.
Okay, interesting.
Yeah, like just one attack if it connects. Like, I mean, even if it just trades with anything, right? Like that lifesteal makes it kind of legit. The only time you're actually just really sad is if it just dies to some stupid ping or whatever. Like, I don't know. It's fine.
Okay, Alex.
I'm on a D as well, just because it can't block.
Like,
all right.
So here's the thing about this format so far for me is like I don't ever want to be blocking, just like straight up. Like, I know that's most draft games and most formats anyway, but like, man, it's like so much even truer than normal here. Like with these Valor units and these stealth units, like I hate blocking so much. So why not just attack? I don't know.
All right. Well, I guess we'll average out a D plus. Sorry, John. We'll see if you get to. This might be the one card. Every set, there's one card you get to rub in our faces. This may be the one. We'll see. I'll have to just get smashed by it because I'm still hard pressed to put this in the deck unless I just, all right, I'm going to be the aggressive deck and take every 2 and 3 drop I can get my hands on. And these guys are great. So we'll see.
Yeah.
All right. Next up is Miasma, right? Did I say that right, John?
Mm-hmm.
All right. Miasma is a 4 shadow fast spell. Enemy units get -1/-1 this turn. Womp womp.
Yeah, why?
Plague, this is not. I mean, it's better than dealing 1 damage to every unit this turn, but I want to give it a little bit of credit because it's fast.
Yeah.
And you can kill a couple of the X1 Valors before you have to block, but 4 is a lot to leave up, and then this thing's not even permanent, so you really have to like cater your turn. I gave it a C minus.
Yeah, I think that's spot on.
Right? I think that's what it's at too. I think it's going to do some work, but I think you have to have the right board state, and it's not always going to be amazing.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's a decent trick, but like you said, it 4 is a lot to hold up, right?
Yeah. And it's not even permanent. You know, sometimes you could just fire off Plague to kill 1 or 2 things and then drop 1 or 2 things, and you're happy with that.
If this was permanent, this would be amazing.
Yeah,
for sure.
Yeah. Alex, where are you at on Miasma?
Yeah, it like really blows up double blocks and stuff. I like it at a C minus.
Okay, sweet. So C minus for Miasma. Man, I haven't played this card enough to see where it's at, but I think I'm gonna end up going down on the grade. I think 8 just ends up being a little too much. Minister of Obeyance.
Yeah.
Right. I don't know why that is. That a real word, or did they make that up?
It is now.
Okay, fair. Because I was like, obedience, I know is a word. Okay. Minister of Obeyance is a 2/2 Valkyrie for 4 shadow, flying, and then amplify 4. Play Inspire Obedience, which is the kill. Let me make sure. Kill an enemy unit. Your units get +1 attack this turn. So essentially, you remove a spell on a stick, right? You're getting huge. You're paying a little more for the flyer, but you're getting a huge discount on the removal spell. Essentially, you're not playing that. I have yet to see a game that goes up to 12, so you're definitely not getting like a double kill spell off this thing. So,
I've seen it on stream already, actually.
Oh, really?
Stream.
Oh, wow. All right.
I saw that once.
So, like, I gave this card just a straight up C. And Like the
Yeah,
2/2 flyer for 4 is not great. You're not happy about that, but because it could be a removal spell late game, I feel like that's enough to kind of tip the scale in its favor, right? Because then that really upgrade, like, that's a huge turnaround, right? Even though you're not excited for a 2/2 flyer on 4, a 2/2 flyer on 8 that can kill their best unit is pretty spicy. So, but like, yeah, I just haven't gotten there. So I'm not sure. Like I said, I gave it a C. I feel like it might be a C minus. Where are you at on it, Alex?
Straight up C from me as well.
Okay, John. Oh, go ahead, Alex.
I
I'm
was
sorry.
I'd say I've noticed a lot of the games get to 8 fairly easily.
Mhm.
So that's why it a C. It's a C because normally 2/2 flyer for 4 is worse than that.
so
Mhm.
I gave it just a C minus. I'm just slightly lower on it. Like I played it a bit in the preview event, and like yeah, those games were getting to 8. I feel like I'm having a little bit more trouble with that, and like I'm feeling pretty bad about running it out as a 2/2 flyer like
Mhm.
early, just because it seems to get just immediately outclassed and stuff. So like I don't know, I'm just a little bit lower. I think both modes are playable, but a little too expensive for their rate. Now I think you don't. I think it goes up a little bit. Like if you're playing those ramp guys, right? So like the chances that you can like play this a turn or two early, I think it goes way up in value.
Mhm. Yeah, very good point. Very good point. Fair enough. So, Minister of Obeyance, you get a C. All right, this card I was high on at the beginning, and I still feel like it's good. I give it a C plus. This is Unchecked Upgrader, a 3/2 Grenadine for 4 Shadow. When one of your units hits the enemy player, it gets +1 attack permanently. Doesn't matter if it does it in combat or through a trick or through a buff, etc., etc. It just gets the plus, and it's not limited to once per turn. So, Alex, tell us a little bit about Unchecked Upgrader.
Yeah, it's like Blood of Makara on a stick. We've been calling it. I'm same grade with you as a C plus. There's a lot of different applications for the units doing damage to the player. So yeah, I like it. C plus.
I'm cool with that C plus. I gave it a C though, like just because like I think you have to do a little bit of deck building or draft a little bit around this to make it actually good.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, it can be a little anemic for your 4 drop. But yeah, if you've got enough support for this can really pop off, and it's like fine in multiples too.
Yeah, I can understand that as well, right? I think the worst case scenario with this that I'm happy with is if I play it, swing with like 2 flyers or 2 units to get in there, get the +1 to 2 units, and then I have to block with it. I think that's probably the ground floor that I'm okay with. Anything less than that, I'm unhappy about it. So your 3/2 for 4 is slightly under par, but I think the potential upside for it makes it worth the juice is worth the squeeze with this guy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a C plus for Unchecked Upgrader. Next up, D'Angelo Might. Right? Yeah. D'Angelo.
That you'd have to ask the head of the family.
Yeah. Oh, I like that. Nice. Well done, John. I've always said D'Angelo, right? I think that's what I've always said. D'Angolo? I don't even
I think we
remember
just say
now
it
because
different every time. That way, it's just
yeah, fair. Is a 5 shadow spell at uncommon. Draw cards equal to the highest attack among your units. Major upside, major downside as well, potentially. John, tell us a little bit about D-Man's Might.
yeah. I think the major upside is what I'm more focused on here, because like I
Drawing
think
all the cards.
I
Oh!
think you're happy with drawing 3, which that's not insanely difficult to pull off, right? You just
Mm-hmm.
stabilize around turn 5, and then boom, draw 3 cards, or hopefully 4, right, or more or something, but 3. I think you're perfectly happy with 3 for this rate, and like it can just like refill your entire hand too. Like it can just be out of control in some
Mhm.
board states. Now, I mean, you mentioned the downside, right? Like with no board, you wish this was just literally any other 5-cost unit, right?
Mhm.
I do think that the upside risk, it's just so worth it. I gave it a B.
Also, make sure that you're playing it when your opponent is tapped out, because the last thing you want is for them to kill your unit when you play in response to you playing this.
Yeah, or like maybe not necessarily tapped out, but
Well, yeah, you're not worried about a potential kill spot or whatnot.
yeah,
Yeah, I give it a B minus. I think the upside is way high here. You can essentially refill your hand, and unlimited, that's pretty huge. Alex?
I've had this card cast against me 5 times, and the opponent has drawn 5 cards every time. Yeah, B minus card.
All right. B minus for Diangolo's Might. Moving along here to the home stretch, we have Hypnotic Valkyrie. This is a 4/4 Valkyrie at uncommon for 5 double shadow. Flying, amplify 2, play Madness. Madness is essentially taking control of your opponent's unit and refreshing it, right? Steal and ready an enemy unit this turn. So not a lot of sacrifice in this format. Actually, I don't think there's anything at the common level for sacrifice, but still powerful, getting a blocker out of the way, getting an extra attacker in there, and it's a solid evasive unit. 4/4 flyer for 5 is extremely aggressively costed, because I think we normally pay what, 6 for this, right? Is the standard? So
yeah.
This is great. I like this card a lot. Let me double check. I gave it a C plus, and actually I think it's a B minus. I think I was a little too conservative. I think there's not a lot of removal in this format to deal with something like this. So yeah, I think this is actually a B minus. This guy's a B minus for me. John, what do you think?
I gave it a B plus. I just think it's like super solid unit. Like most of the units in the set are like understated, and this one, like you just mentioned, is kind of overstated with a borderline busted late game ability. Like it's reasonable just to run it out at 5, but like it can be game winning when you cast it for 7 or especially 9. It's a great evasive threat for me. B plus.
Nice. Okay. And Alex?
Straight up B for me. 4/4 flyers for 5. It's just, we don't see that too often.
Okay, so I guess we're evening out at a solid B for Hypnotic Valkyrie then. Solid card. Excited to draft it. Next up, we have Muck Devour. This is a 4/2 beast at 5 shadow, quick draw, and stealth. Alex, what do you think of this guy? I like the quick draw on it.
Don't go blocking 5-drop stealths just willy-nilly. But that being said, once this is revealed what this is, I think it's like a C minus. Not too thrilled.
Okay, fair. Yeah,
It dies to so many things.
Yeah, that's actually exactly what I gave it as well. I gave it a C minus. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I just gave it a C. Like I'm basically right there with you guys.
Okay, fair enough. C minus for Muck Devour. Not much going on here. Okay, well, this card, I luckily have not seen it in limited yet, but I have seen it in constructed. So, John, I feel like this is another value card up your alley. If you want to break it down for us, Send a Message is a uncommon spell for 5 double shadow. The enemy player must sacrifice a unit and discard a card from their hand. If you have double shadow influence, if Send a Message is discarded, you may pay 2 to play it from your void. So I don't particularly think this thing is as strong in limited, but I could be wrong. Where are you at on it, John?
Yeah, I think it's pretty middle of the road, right? Like you'll get value, but how much value is so dependent on your opponent that it's just, I don't think it's good. I think it's just a C for me, and I think I'd only actually prioritize this card if I was going for other discard synergies in the deck, right? Like, I mean, yeah, it's like basically 2 for 1 the card, right? But it's just full agency given to your opponent, so that's never great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I try to avoid anything that gives my opponent the choice, because they're always going to make what's best for them. And I'm not 100% sure in this format that you can cater it to where, plus it being 5 is hard, right? Blackout the Skies, it has a little bit of restrictions, so you can kind of adjust it, but this thing is a little sketchy for sure. Where are you at on it, Alex?
I gave it a D.
Ooh, okay, okay.
Yeah, I mean,
right.
like, opponent played it against me, and I didn't even. It doesn't even really make you flinch, even.
Okay. All right. Well, then let's go with a C minus for send a message, because that was a C as well with John. So,
Okay.
right? Or you,
Yeah, I said
right,
C.
John? Yeah. So we'll go C minus for send a message. And our final shadow card is Toxic Cloud. This is a 2/3 elemental at uncommon for 5 shadow, deadly, stealth. When Toxic Cloud hits the enemy player, they discard a card of their choice from their hand. 2/3 for 5 seems rough, even with deadly. And then, of course, the discard, it has to connect, which, I mean, the deadly may help it a little bit, but not much. And then they get to choose anyways. Yeah, I'm not particularly a big fan of this card. I give it a C minus. Like, at the very least, the deadly could trade up, right? It makes any low attack, high deep. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think a C plus is fine for this guy. Alex, where are you at on Toxic Cloud?
It's way too expensive. I gave it a C minus.
Okay. All right. And John?
Yeah, and Jedi thinks it trades up, and I think it's a 5-drop that trades for a 3-drop, and gave it a D plus.
Good point. Good point. I could see that. Yeah, fair. Fair. All right. So D plus and 2 C minuses. So a C minus for Toxic Cloud. Like, there's going to be some scenarios, right, where you get in some damage and it's going to make your opponent discard, and then they either have to play their top deck or they're going to have to discard to this guy. But
Yeah,
that's obviously best case scenario.
right. Like, I mean, some opponents will just let you connect for a turn. It's like, oh, I can't really afford to block this, but next turn I have this card in my hand that can deal with this, and then like you hit them and they discard that card, and then they're just like, no, right? But that's such an edge case. I think, I don't know, could be wrong.
Yeah, I agree. Well, that was Shadow. I think Shadow looks good. Some solid cards in there, some filler, but overall, I mean, I think there's the powerful cards. You're gonna be happy about playing Shadow, I think.
Yeah, like, and I think it had our most highly rated unit so far in the set with the Valkyrie.
Yep, I agree.
And
it's right up there with the 2/2 Sentinel.
Yeah, so there's some real good cards and some duds. Yeah.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are at the home stretch, but not really, because there are a lot of multi-faction cards in this set, more than think we've seen in any set, which is kind of interesting. So starting us off, we have another cycle of fixing in the form of blueprints. So this one is Praxis Blueprint. They are all slow spells for 1. They get you a sigil of either of the 2 factions they represent. This one, once again, Praxis Blueprint, means you can draw a fire sigil or a time sigil from your deck. Then, if you have triple fire and triple time influence, play a Praxis Heirloom. Praxis Heirloom, and these are all specific. They all have unique kind of heirlooms to them, so that's why we're going to be rating them individually, much like we did the runes. Praxis Heirloom is a relic that reads pay 7 and sacrifice Praxis Heirloom to play 3 1/1 Mystic Embers. Mystic Embers are 1/1 charge quick draw units that read summon. When Mystic Ember hits the enemy player this turn, draw a card. Yeah, it's a lot of text on it, and I don't necessarily feel like any of it is really good, minus the fixing. So I'm pretty low on this card. John, what do you think?
Yeah, I think I if I remember correctly, I gave just like 1 rating for the Seek Power ones and a different rating for the good ones. And I think this one's just a Seek Power one for me, right? It's like, you know, there's potential upside there, especially if you're like in Praxis. But I don't think the upside is worth prioritizing for ones like this. So this one's just a C for me.
Yep, that's where I'm at. I'm on C for it as well. Do you play these for your splash? Like if you're Stone Scar and you have like Hold the Truth?
Yeah, absolutely. It's a great splasher.
Yeah, these are some of the little fixing we even have available, like in the format period. So yeah.
Yeah, the fact that this thing pays 7, right? Your opponent can see it coming. It's fairly easy to block 1/1, so I don't think you're gonna draw a bunch of cards off this. So yeah, this one's pretty clunky. I'm on a C as well. Alex?
So I'm on their base. They're all just a little bit better to me. C pluses as seek powers that help you splash a little bit. Yeah, as far as the big payoff on this one, quote unquote, whatever. This is more of like the seek power variety, and you guys will go more into those. But on their base, they're all C pluses for me.
Okay, fair. I could get behind that too, but two C's to a C plus, so this one's a C. But I definitely can get behind the baseline. They're all C pluses, right? Because it's fixing or at least power with some upside. So I haven't really paid too much attention to the influence requirements in this set, but I don't think you're hard pressed to get influence like you were back when we had 4 pips in certain cards, right? I think most 2-color decks are gonna be able to make things happen.
Yeah, mostly. There's just like that one random legendary with 4 pips in the set, I think.
Yeah, and then once again, we're talking legendary. So, okay. Next up, we have Soaring Strike. This is a 2 Praxis spell, silence a unit, and deal 2 damage to it. If it dies, replenish 2 power. Alex, do you think this thing's enough value? I mean, you're just playing this just for the 2 damage and silence, right?
Yeah, 2 damage for 2. The fact that it replenishes power makes it like it's kind of like a fast spell where you didn't really lose tempo because you get that power back. So I kind of like it at a C plus.
Yeah, that's where I have it at as well. I like the fact that early is when you want to play this and getting the power back. Yeah, like you said, there's no tempo loss, right? You could play this on 3, kill their 2 drop, and still play your 3 drop. So yeah, I'm on C plus with it as well. John?
Yeah, same grade. I mean, I think I like the flexibility of just silence a unit too, right? Like sometimes that's the mode you'll care about and not the deal 2.
Yep. Which, I mean, there you go, right? This is why this is better than that Oath card or whatever, because of the fact that it's a silence tacked on to another card, not just a silence. Yep, sweet. So, Searing Strike, you get a C. Next up, we have Spear Dancer. I've played this card twice, and I've been very unimpressed with it. And I think I haven't really seen it go off on my opponent's side of the board either. I wanted to try it out. I did it for science. I was hoping to have a solid answer by the time we got to this show, and I honestly think it's a no. But maybe I'm just drafting the... No, I had a pretty aggressive deck when I drafted this guy as well. Spear Dancer is a 1/1 soldier bird for 3 Praxis, flying. At the end of your turn, if another of your units hit the enemy player, Spear Dancer gets +1/+1. Of note, it is at the end of the turn, so it's not going to trigger more than once, and then another unit has to hit, not itself. Yeah, like I said, I give it a C minus, and that may be conservative. I know some people like 1/1 flyers for 3. I'm not particularly a big fan of them, but this one has some upside, right? I guess if you make it a 2/2, it's on par. So, I don't know. I give it a C minus. John?
Yeah, I'm definitely much higher on this. Like it gets +1/+1 for like each of your units that hit it, or
no. Because at the end of your turn, if another it's just a +1/+1 each turn. Period.
I mean, are you sure?
Yeah, because it says if another unit at the end of your turn, if another of your units hit the enemy player, Spirit Dancer gets a +1/+1. So it doesn't care how it got hit or anything. It just cares that it's like, hey, did a unit hit the enemy opponent? Yes, then trigger. It won't have like multiple stack triggers.
I see. Like other cards like that are worded like if another, then it counts them all. But they're also not at the end of your turn, so it's like a double.
Yeah, the end of your turn is what does it. I think the end of the turn is what kind of triggers it, right? There's there's a lifesteal card like that from one of the earlier sets where it's like if you gain life this turn, X. I think you make a unit. You make like a 1/1 wisp, or you make an XX unit based on how much life you gained. So those don't trigger multiple times off of multiple life gains. I mean, the make an XX guy it does, but the one that makes a wisp it does. It doesn't care if you gain life 3 times or once, or if you gain life, 5 life or 2 life. It just cares that if you gain life this turn, you make a 1/1. So I think this is kind of another variant of that.
Okay, so I mean, if that's the case, then yeah, it's probably like just a C for me. Like I don't think
Yeah,
it's that
right.
hard to, make it grow.
Mm-hmm.
I think
Yeah,
it's solid.
but then it's kind of win more, right? If you're already getting in damage and growing this guy, you're kind of already winning.
It means you got in like one attack at least, right?
Mm-hmm. Okay, I mean, C's not that far. Where were you at, Alex?
I'm right there with the C. I like the prospect of a flyer that grows. It's just fragile
Okay.
for a little bit,
Yeah,
but yeah, I
yeah.
still like it at a C.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. When I played them, they didn't really die all that often. They just didn't really grow. So I just got kind of steamrolled, but it could have easily just been bad variants. All right, so Spear Dancer, you get a C. Oh, wow. We're already at the Rakano blueprint. That was fast. Rakano blueprint. Once again, 1 power, no faction required. It's a slow spell, and you draw a fire sigil or just a sigil from your deck. Then if you have a triple Rakano, play Rakano Heirloom. Rakano Heirloom, pay 7 and sacrifice Rakano Heirloom to draw a unit or weapon from the top 5 cards of your deck. If it costs 3 or less, play it, then bottom the rest. I mean, it's like the 2 most common things you're going to have in your deck, right? And you're paying 7. So you kind of want it to be more than 3 because that's, if you have 7 power, you want to be playing your big stuff, but you're taking your entire turn and you'll have to wait till the next turn to play it. It's a little awkward. So I just give it a C+. Alex, what'd you give Rakano Blueprints?
Yeah, I'm also at a C+ on this one. This payoff doesn't seem too great.
John?
Yeah, I was just at a C, so I'm down for a C+.
Okay. So, yep, C+ for Rakano Blueprints. It's just a little awkward. You're still getting a card out of it, but once again, it's a little awkward. If you could do it end of turn, that would be better, but it's a slow spell. So, Right? Wait a minute. Actually, that's a good question. Can you sack these? No, right?
And
No, I'm trying to think if there's any relic that you could do at fast speed. I don't think there is, right? They're all slow? Yeah, they're all slow. Never mind.
well, there's a card that makes all of your like curses fast, and there's definitely edge cases in the game for that.
Yeah, I was just thinking for a second, but yeah, you can't stun anything before combat or whatever. So yeah, I just wanted to make sure. And then that's one of the things the Eternal developers have made a point saying that they like that there's not a million pauses in Eternal. You can actually get through the game. So
yeah, I appreciate that.
Next up is our preview card. Thanks to Cal Shadowstep. Queen's Elite is a 2/2 awakened for 3 Rakano. When you attack with exactly 2 units, the top unit or weapon of your deck gets +2/+2. So a combination of Warcry 1 and 2 units getting Warcry 1 and or Watchwing support. I don't know. John and I talked about it a little bit on the show. Alex, what do you think of Queen's Elite?
Yeah, double Warcry for attacking with 2 things. That's a solid payoff. It's a C+ for me. That is a creepy picture too. Those guys are terrifying. I would get the heck out of their way.
Yeah, John said the exact same thing as well, especially the Minotaur. John, I put it at a C. I think it could run away with the game, but you need a certain circumstance. So I'm not quite sure, though. It does combo pretty well with our little Ursa squadron, right?
Yeah.
So I think it's still a C. I mean, you can run away with it. Once again, going back to evasion, like with this whole thing, you get 2 flyers, you can start swinging. That's pretty sick. This guy himself doesn't, or the Queen's Elite don't have to be the ones to swing to get that trigger. So, I mean, I guess if you play it and then swing and trigger it that turn, you're getting 4/4 worth of stats for 3. So that's kind of good, right?
Yeah.
Where
Yeah,
are
and
you
that's
at
why
on
I'm with Alex. Like I give it a C+. Like
Okay,
I
fair
don't
enough.
want to go higher because its stats are not great on its own, but I think that ability is legit.
Yeah, fair enough. All right. So Queen's Elite, you get a C+. Next up, we have a Mechanized Constructor. And yeah, no. I was going to say I want this card to be good, but I don't think it's good. And I don't particularly want it to be good either. It's no hammer hand. Mechanized Constructor is a 7/5 Sentinel at uncommon for 7 power Rakano. When you play a relic, play a Sentinel with health and strength equal to that relic's cost. feel like this thing is just way too clunky. Granted, 5 health is somewhat sturdy in this format. Not super sturdy, but it is sturdy. But I mean, it doesn't really do much. And then what? You're getting a free like 2/2 or 3 free 3/3. Oh, wait a minute. Question.
Mm-hmm.
If you amplify Detonation Cannon with this guy, does it? So if you amplify for 8, you're not gonna get an 8/8. You're still just gonna get a 2/2.
Correct.
Okay.
If you
All
amplify a gravity glove, this one makes me so sad. It still just counts for a 1-cost relic.
Oh God. Yeah.
Like I know when you I've played things that cared about the cost of the relic before, and it counted as 1. It's like it works different when it's a relic versus like a spell that's amplifying it.
Yeah, I got you. Yep. So I rated this guy a C-, and that may be. I mean, it may be a little too highly. I'm not sure. Where you at on it, John?
Same exact place, like C-, and I'm not exactly sure. Like, yeah, I think this is a pretty dubious payoff, honestly.
Yeah. I mean, the one upside to it is that it does tussle with the 6/6 Valor and win. Well, I mean, it doesn't win, but at least, you're not worried about the Valor. But even then, I don't think it's good enough. Alex?
It's just so expensive, man. The payoff that doesn't really matter that much anymore at that stage of the game. I gave it a D+.
Yeah, it just doesn't really allow you to run away with the game. At least the workshop gave you evasive unit, so they could still do something. This thing, yeah, it's not very impressive. So, all right, evens out as C- for Mechanized Constructor. John, did you have something else you wanted to say or no?
Negative.
All right, fair enough. All right, Skycrag Blueprints. 1 power, factionless, uncommon spell. Draw a Fire Sigil or Primal Sigil from your deck. If you have triple Skycrag, play Skycrag Heirloom. Skycrag Heirloom. Pay 7 and sacrifice Skycrag Heirloom to transform one of your units into a random unit that costs 3 more. Then give it double damage. Busted card is busted. Yes, it's random, but 3 more? It turns your 5 into an 8 drop, your 4 into a 7 drop, and then on top of that gives it double damage. You're 95% set up to win with this card, unless you're Jedi and then you get the unseen guy that is what, a 2/2, unless you get battle skills or something whack like that or something. Yeah, this card is great. I like it a lot. I give it a B-, just because it is 7 and you do have to have a unit in play. I mean, shoot, even a 3 drop turns into a 6 drop with double damage. Yeah, this card's great. I put it at B-. Alex?
Seems fair to me, on top of all the other seek power and splash and stuff you can do. So yeah, B-.
John?
Yeah, this is one of the sweeter ones, but I just gave it a C+, but you guys can talk me up, no problem.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes Fluctuate Reality has been able to win games, right? And that's only a +2. So
yeah,
this thing being +3 and double damage.
I think in the worst case, like getting a weak, otherwise weak unit with your roll, I think the additional buffs it grants is still going to make it very good, right?
Well, plus the other thing too is the generic golems at each power level count as part of those units as well. So, you can easily just get an 8/8, vanilla 8/8 for 8. But hey, all of a sudden it has double damage. So, I mean, granted, it could be chump blocked, but eventually it's going to wear out your opponent. And you are in Skycrag, so you have access to Overwhelm. All right, next card. This card is pretty sweet. I think this is the kind of 1/4 you want. Burnished Grenahawk is a Burnished Grenahawk, right? What is it? Night Elf Mohawk. 1/4 Grenadine Bird for 3 Skycrag, flying. Then pay 4 to give Burnished Grenahawk a 3 attack this turn. Yeah, I've been sadly on the receiving end of these where they gummed up the board where I couldn't get in damage in the air. And then later in the game when they flooded, they were just like, sweet, I'm just going to start attacking you for 4 in the air or 8 in the air. I was like, ugh. So yeah, this card seems pretty solid, to be completely honest with you. I give it a C+. John?
Wow, I guess I'm like way higher on it. I give it a B. I think this is like a reason to play Skycrag, right? Like, or I'd be down to splash this card. I think it's a great power sink, and like I think it's a reasonable ++ to begin with, right? With the stat line.
Oh yeah, also it doesn't say per turn, so you can pump one multiple times as well if you just want to completely dump your power into it.
Yeah, when
F4.
I said mana sink, I meant sink.
Yeah. I just failed to mention when I was describing it, so I was like, just in case.
You
Because
mentioned like getting hit for 4 or 8 or something. I was like,
yeah, fair, true. Alex, what do you think?
It's a nice power sink. I like it at a C+.
Okay, so C plus for Burnish Grenahawk, and I can easily see us being higher on that by the end of the Sunset Show, at the end of the format. Unless obviously they switch the format around and then it ends up being bad because something else is going on in the air. Anywho, next up is Tandem Training. This is a 4 Skycrag relic at uncommon. When you attack with exactly 2 units, they get +1/+1 permanently. Yep, B-. If you have any kind of units that are evasive or something that's just a little bit bigger than the rest of your opponent's board, you're just going to run away with the game quick, fast, and in a hurry. I think the only time this, obviously, if you're behind, you're kind of in a pickle. But, I mean, very few cards can really pull you out when you're behind in the common and uncommon slot. But, yeah, I like this card a lot. I give it a B- because you do need to have 2 units that can attack. But it can steamroll very quickly. John?
Yeah, to me, it reads like a 2-unit oath book, right? So it should be pretty great, right? I give it a B- also.
Yep. Alex?
Right there with you guys. B-. I can't wait to play this card. It looks super fun.
Yeah, I know. It's uncommon too. Oh, so good. Next up, Stone Scar Blueprints. You guys know the deal. 1 power, grab a Fire Shadow, and then if you have triple Stone Scar, you get the heirloom, which reads, where are we at? Pay 7, sacrifice it to play a 4/2 relic weapon with Warcry 2. I like it. It's a removal spell that gives you, I mean, at the end, it gives you 6/4 worth of stats, right? At the very least, heaven forbid your opponent should have like a 1/4, a 1/1 where you can get 2 attacks with this thing. And then you're really sitting pretty. So yeah, I like this card. I like the fact that it's a free, it's conditional removal, right? You're not going to just be able to kill everything with it, but it's pretty darn close. So I give it a B-. Alex, where are you at on Stone Scar Blueprints?
I'm on a C+ of this version of the Blueprints Jedi.
Roger that. John?
I also was on a C+ for this one.
All right, fair enough. C+. I feel like there's enough things that matter at 4 health that this thing can get your kill, but yeah, I mean, it's still a weapon. They could have something to deal with it, so I can get behind that. Next up, we have Skullbreaker. 3/2 giant for 2 Stone Scar, Overwhelm, and then Deadly on your turn. So the joke is that, since it's a Skullbreaker, it's actually just carrying the railgun to just beat them over the head with it. It doesn't really shoot them. And I'm like, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah.
Anywho, yeah. I like this card. I gave it a... Yep, I gave it a C+ because it's still just a 3/2 Overwhelm. But with Deadly, I mean, that combo is pretty well. I think it's a solid unit. It's okay at blocking because it's still 3 attack. But yeah, I mean, I like it. I give it once again, a C+. Alex, what about you?
Yeah, people are terrified to block this thing. It's a great aggressive 2-drop. C+.
Mm-hmm.
I'm right there with y'all.
Sweet. C+. See, I like these. Nice, clean, sweet design, right? I mean, I guess draft formats would be boring if all the cards were like that, So we're like, yep, this is a good card. Yep, this is a bad card. So I do appreciate some of the in-betweens, but
true.
Anywho, Disgraced Cadet. Man, I'm so looking forward to playing with this card. Mainly with just Blitz and Detonation Cannon. But anywho, Disgraced Cadet is a 2/4 Valkyrie at uncommon for 4 Stone Scar. Deadly. So 2/4 Deadly is still pretty solid. I mean, it definitely blocks a lot of things. Ultimate. Oh yeah. Ultimate. When a relic goes to a void. So a relic to a void. So it counts yours and or your opponent's. Disgraced Cadet gets +3 attack and flying permanently. So it becomes a 5/4 flyer. Hello. Well, I guess it doesn't have lifesteal, but hello, Metal Fang. Yeah, I like this card a lot. I give it a B-. It takes a little bit of setup, but even if it just stays on the ground as a 2/4 Deadly, it's going to come up the board quite a bit. So yeah, B- for me. John?
I also give it a B minus. I thought you were about to hello nurse there for a second. Like, yeah, this one's pretty good, but I don't know about that. But yeah, yeah, I don't have much to add. It's sweet.
Alex?
Yeah, you mentioned Blitzstone. It's just great. B minus. I love it.
Yeah, and it will see Blitzstone because Blitzstone doesn't trigger until the unit is in play. So Cadet will see Blitzstone go. Oh, that's so good. Oh my gosh. 6 damage in the air on turn 4.
Yeah, the only thing awkward about it is the curve out, right? Because Blitzstone's a 2-drop.
Yeah, 2. I mean, you could play it on 3. You could play 2-drop and then kill something on 3 and then drop this on 4.
I had to manufacture that downside. Don't take
Fair.
it away
All
from me.
right, fair. Yeah, no, this card's garbage. People, don't draft it. Leave disgraced cadets in the packs. Exactly. It's not worth it. Fair. All right, next up we have Combre's Blueprints. So same thing. You guys know it, Timer Justice. And then if you have triple Combre, your heirloom reads 7 to sacrifice it to give one of your units +5/+5 and overwhelm permanently. Yeah, I like this card. It turns any card into a beater. Heaven forbid a flyer or a unit that's already big like the Valor, the Populous Controller. So I like this guy again. This is another B minus for me. I don't know if I'm high on it. Let's see, John.
No, this is maybe it's up there as maybe the most busted one, right? So I'm down for a B minus on this one too.
Agreed.
Sweet. I did a thing. Ombre Blueprints. Yeah. Gavel's Insight is next. This is 1 Combre for a fast spot uncommon. Give a unit +2/+2 and overwhelm this turn. Amplify 2, kill an enemy relic. So this one's interesting. I give it a C+. I don't think there's enough. Actually, I take that back because at Skycrack, we just came across a relic that you want to destroy that's really good. So I like this card. On the floor, it's +2/+2 overwhelm for 1, which is fantastic, especially with Valor. And then you get the additional upside where it can kill a relic at fast speed, which is pretty sweet as well. John, question. Do you have to have a unit in play, or does there have to be a unit in play for this to be castable?
Yeah.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that. Yeah, because it doesn't say up to. So there has to be a unit. It does say a unit, so it doesn't have to be necessarily yours.
Correct.
So if they just have a bomb relic that you have to get off the board, you can pump their unit and then break the relic. So, yeah. So once again, C+ is what I gave it. John, since I already asked you.
Sure. I also gave it a C+. Yeah, like I think the flexibility here is really nice. Sometimes you'll get to use the amplify and it'll matter a lot. But like being only +2/+2, right? It definitely gets outclassed sometimes in combat. Like the gold standard is +3, right? So it can just be a bit awkward because you can't use the amplify for amplify matters cards when you want to necessarily. And then there's also the fact that you can't really 2-for-1 with it when like using it to kill an enemy relic weapon attack, right? Because like you'll if you're using it for the stat buff, then you're not using it to kill the relic with and then like if you then they're just not going to attack, right? So your opponent, for that to work, they have to like I don't know, like they have to.
Yeah, this one has I see what you're saying. This one has a little bit of identity crisis. I think. Yes. I think instead of it being awkward to get all of its uses at once, I think it's just designed to kind of be flexible and be good in all scenarios, right?
Right.
Because it has overwhelm if you're attacking. It can kill a relic if it's on defense. And then +2/+2 is pretty much almost always good at some level.
Yeah, so I do think it's still good and it's nice and flexible, right? But it's not quite B level.
There was one more thing I wanted to say. Oh yeah, it's enemy relic. So it can destroy a relic weapon or a relic, but it can't destroy an attachment, i.e. a weapon on a unit. So just wanted to make that clarification as well, because Jeebus knows I would make it in the middle of a stream and whatnot. Alex, what do you think of Gavel's Insight?
Yeah, I'm on a C+. Flexibility is great. Pretty good cards.
Sweet.
C+.
Awesome. Next up, Noble's Enforcer. This is a 4/4 soldier for 4 Combre, and it just has Valor. So it somewhat attacks as a 5/5. I like the bigger units with Valor because Typically, your opponent has to have exactly the right unit to answer it, because double blocks are very, what's the word? Incentivized, ill-incentivized, disincentivized. What's the word, John?
Whack.
Thank you. So double blocks on big Valor units are whack. So, and a 4/4/4 is always good and limited. You know, this is a little bit harder to cast with double influence, but it's not horrible. So yeah, I like this guy. I gave him a C+. Alex, where are you at on Noble's Enforcer?
I like him a lot. This is a great 4-drop, and probably the colors that so far have worked out the best. I like it at a B.
Ooh, bold statement. Okay, John?
Yeah, I don't mind that. Like, I'm in the middle, of course, B minus, and I like Valor on such a chonker is pretty serious business, right? Like,
Yeah.
I'm just not sure yet if this is worth like a pack one pick one commitment, but it really might be.
Yeah, I like this somewhere between picks 3 and 5, I think is where I want to see this guy.
Yeah, so it's a B minus for me.
Yeah. Yeah, the issue is that it's only single influence, but like we've mentioned a couple times, it seems like the fixing is very scarce in this format, so you can't get too greedy, right?
Yeah, like this would probably be still questionable if it's like you're splashing one of the colors. Like, I don't know if there's really support for that.
Yeah, fair enough. All right, so B minus for Noble's Enforcer. Next up are the Elysian blueprints. So triple Elysian, you get a time sigil or primus sigil, and then triple Elysian will get you pay 7 and sacrifice it to put 2 6/6 Titans with Aegis and Endurance into the top 10 cards of your deck. Bomb. Yep, another B minus for me. It is 7, and you still have to draw them, but man, do those things do some work in limited. So this is another B minus for me.
Yeah.
Let's go to you, John.
Yeah, it's 7, and then you still have to draw them. You see, when I just say it a little different, it sounds much worse. And like that's how it sounds in my head. So it's just a C for me.
Okay. All right, Alex.
C plus for me.
All right. So C plus a Reno for the old blueprints of Reno, Elysian blueprints. Fair? Yeah, keep me on the ground. I had to think highly of some card at some point.
No, like, I mean, you're right. Like, if you do get to draw those, they're very high impact, right? But it's like,
yeah, but you definitely need
so
the game to slow down, right?
fast.
Yeah, because it's not impactful on the spot.
That's what I want in my 7 cost things. But this is a free card we're talking about, so
yeah, fair. Ring of Glamour is a card I am not nearly high on at all, and this is a 2 Elysian relic at uncommon. When you play a unit with stealth, draw a card. Sweet. After the 3rd, sacrifice Ring of Glamour to gain 3 health. So you're playing this on 2, not playing a 2-drop, so you could draw a card next. And then, I mean, it does just sit around. Like, I don't think this is worth a card. Like, there's value, right? And at the cost of this card, and you're gonna want to play your unit. Like, when I talk it out in my head, it doesn't seem that bad. But then every time I just look at the card, I just don't want to play it. So, John, enlighten me. What do you think of Ring of Glamour?
yeah, like every time I look at stealth units, I don't really want to draft them for the most part either. So, like, I don't know. I give it an F, right? Like,
Okay.
I'm not sure you can really make this work in just 2 factions.
Yeah.
Right?
And it sacrifices itself. Like, it literally just lets you draw 3 cards.
Yeah. And like, I think you'll just get run over trying to make this work in most cases. So I'm just not into it, I think, for draft.
Yeah, and then what happens when you draw this thing late game, right?
You're a sad panda.
Yeah. I mean, I gave it a build around, but I think you're right. I think it's just a low grade period. What do you think, Alex?
I had given it a build around grade as well, but I'm down to go with John's gut on this.
Yeah. What'd you give it again, John? A D?
F.
F? I mean, it draws you cards. Let's go with a D. Can we go with a D?
You can't draw cards if you're dead, Jedi.
All right, fine. F.
You
F,
can
don't
do
play
it,
it.
but like,
No, it's fine. Like I said, I personally, every time I look at the card, I can see it. I just don't want to do it.
Yeah.
I'm like, I get it. Like, I'm kind of like, all right, I see what they're going for, but I'm like, nope, I'd just rather not be doing that. All right, next up is Launching Azri is a 3/1 soldier bird for 3 Elysian. Stealth. ultimate when you play another unit with stealth. So you gotta play 2 units with stealth. Reveal launching Asri to give the Asri flying.
It's okay.
Wait, hold on. Wait 1 second. Wait, all Asri
I know
fly,
what you're
right?
gonna ask, and I actually had to test this because the wording is so dumb.
Yeah, right? It's
Yeah.
talking about itself.
It is. It is only talking about itself. It is.
Okay. Yeah, because
Through testing, that is a fact.
okay. Right? It is a little awkward, especially with that rare that we're going to talk about next show that says Sentinels. It destroys all of them. So I was like, wait a minute. But yeah, okay. So yeah, I don't like this card. I don't like it. You're playing a 3/1 stealth that we've already explained is probably going to get poked at in some form or fashion. And then you got to play another stealth unit just for this to be a decent card. Maybe, and then Humbug Nest is in this format, so this thing gets roadblocked, and we see all these 2 different 1/4 flyers. I don't know. I don't particularly like this card, and you're getting punished for playing 2 colors. So yeah, I gave it a C-. Alex,
Yep. You are right, Jedi. That is a C-.
John.
Yeah, I gave it a C, but a C- is fine because
Yeah.
like all those reasons you said.
Yeah, like what if you don't see a stealth unit for a hot minute, right? And then you're just like, oh, it's just a 3/1 that's sitting there. Hope my opponent doesn't reveal. And then once again, it's an ultimate, right? So it's not going to ultimate itself. So you can just not attack with it and just not block with it. But then if your opponent just randomly like, hey, let's see what you got underneath there. Boom. You just got paid 3 for a 3/1. Womp womp.
Yeah, like with the whole thing with stealth units where you don't get to use them for a whole turn if you want them to do stuff. Like I don't like that about them really.
Yeah.
Like in some cases it can be a benefit, but like just in general, it's like you're just giving so much of the card's upside chances to your opponent. It's like you're
All right. Next up, Xenon blueprints. So timer shadow sigil and then triple Xenon. You get your heirloom that reads pay 7, sacrifice Xenon heirloom to deal 4 damage to the enemy player. So it can only go face, and you gain 4 life. Look at the top 4 cards of your deck, put 1 on top, and discard the rest. Man, this seems fine. Like, not super backbreaking, but 8-point life swing plus a little bit of card filtering. You don't draw the card, but it is filtering. You essentially get the best. You get the best card out of your top 4, and then everything else you get to get out of the way, so you're not drawing it. Seems decent. What did I give it? Xenon blueprints. I give it a C+. It could get rid of relic weapons as well, I guess, is some additional upside. Yeah, I'm all right with the C+. What do you think, John?
This one was just a C for me. I'm like not really prioritizing it.
Okay, fair. I mean, it's still free, or not free, but you know what I mean. The photo is pretty sick too. Now that I look at it, very War of the Worlds-ish. Anywho, Alex, what do you think?
Yeah, but at a C+ as well.
Okay, fair enough. C+ for Xenon blueprints. Man, I feel like we're blowing through these double multi-faction cards. Next up, Lurking Feeder is a 2/2 Mandrake for 3 Xenon, deadly, and then stealth while you have a unit in your void. I mean, paying like a 2/2 deadly is kind of the same thing as a 1/1 deadly, right? Especially with Valor running around here. I think it's fine. I gave it a C. Yeah, I just gave it a straight C. I don't think this card is anything particularly special. The stealth is a small bonus, but a lot of times we're going to see people breaking stealth with things outside of unit combat. So, yeah, I give it a C. Alex?
Yeah, it's like not spectacular. It's just like a C. Exactly.
Yeah. I mean, at least it doesn't die to like 1 damage thing, so there's that, slightly more resilient. But when it comes to the deadly blocker, you kind of don't care. This thing's always going to try to trade up anyways. John?
Yeah, I give it a C-. Like, I don't know. It's just I'd rather just play like a 1-cost 1/1 deadly, for the most part there. So that's why, but I think it's fine as a C.
Yeah, we'll give it a C. Lurking Feeder, you get a C. This card, though, I think this card is sweet. Clinging Scavenger is a 2/2 Mandrake at uncommon for 4 Xenon. Flying. When a unit goes to your void, Clinging Scavenger gets +1/+1 permanently. So it doesn't matter how. Doesn't matter if you discard it, melee off the top of your deck, it dies. Doesn't matter combat. It gets the +1/+1 permanently. Yeah, this card seems really sweet to me. An evasive unit that gets bigger for things that are going to happen in combat anyways, right? I mean, now your opponent has to decide whether they want to let that 2/2 through or not. So I think this card is pretty darn solid, honestly, and forces your opponent to adjust their game plan. I give it a C+, but it could be a B-. Where are you at on it, John?
Exactly the same spot as you. Like, I gave it a C+, but it could be a B-.
All right, let's see if Alex. Oh, go ahead. My bad. I'm sorry.
No, I think you described it well. Like, I think it's gonna overperform, right? Like,
yeah.
That every time I see that, I'm just like that. Like, that's a card that must be answered immediately, or it's gonna get out of control like so fast.
Yeah, I've splashed one of these guys. Just a solid unit all around. It could be higher, but I'll start with the C+.
All right, so since all of us think it should be higher, should we just upgrade to B-?
Sure.
That's not unreasonable.
All right, let's do it. This is literally, I mean, we all had the same thing to say. We were all playing it safe. Let's just go ahead and make the leap. It's a B-. Clinging Scavenger.
Cool.
You did it. You skewed our perspective. Huru Blueprints, Justice or Primal symbol for 1, and if you have triple Huru, you get your heirloom, and your heirloom reads, pay 7 and sacrifice it to give one of your units +2/+2, then create and draw a copy of it. This card seems sweet, but you do have to have a reasonable unit in play, I think, right? It's amazing on a flyer, but if you don't have a flyer, then you at least want a semi-beefy unit. Doesn't give it overwhelm. So, I don't know. Alex, is this one of your C pluses versus your B minuses?
I like this one at a C+.
Okay. John?
Same.
Sweet. I mean, obviously capitalizes with things that have summon effects or maybe stealth. Stealth wouldn't be too bad, right? Because then the +2/+2 makes it to where it's actually reasonable. So fair enough. C+ for Huru Heirloom. All right, here's the card that we talked about way back earlier in the show. Rail Driver Trainee. 3/2 soldier for 3 Huru. Reckless. Womp, womp, womp. But it has some text. When you attack with exactly one other unit, Rail Driver Trainee is invulnerable to damage this turn. I don't like it. You combo it with a flyer, I get it. It keeps getting in there, but we also had a 2/1 that was invulnerable to damage, and it could attack whenever it wanted to, and it could block. This thing just keeps slamming in there. You have to make sure you get attacked with something else. Yeah.
What a weird Huru card.
Yeah, I mean, I wrote down a C- because I think I was being nice, but I really think this thing's just a D F range.
Yeah.
A DF?
Yeah, I don't know. You guys can convince me to an F. What do you think, John?
Like, okay, so is this like too good if it had stealth? Like, this would be kind of sweet with stealth, right?
Yeah, to potentially get something. Yeah,
Like,
I can see that.
I don't know. Like, I don't think that's too powerful. Like, why not? Come on. Anyway, like,
Yeah.
I do think the way it is here, it's like a D, right? Like,
Yeah, I think it's a D. I mean, I think it's going to see some play, but I don't, and then like we see some 1/4s running around, so I don't think it's completely unheard of. And then putting a weapon on this is still kind of risky because it only gets the invulnerable if something else is able to attack. So you kind of want to put the weapon on the other thing that you're attacking with.
I think you'll find, some decks and some games where this is like a good card, but I think it's too much of an ask for me to rate it higher than a D, I think.
Yeah, and then your opponent can play like a 1/4, and then this thing is just like slamming its head against the wall.
Yeah.
Alex?
Yeah, D.
Okay, fair enough. D for Rail Driver Trainee. Oh, baby. Valiant Leap was my jam, and this thing's right up there with it. Storm Halt Concoction is a 3 Huru slow spell at common Give one of your units +3/+3 and flying this turn. But wait, there is so much more. Amplify 1. That's right, Amplify 1. When it hits the enemy player this turn, draw a card. What? Pay 1 to draw a card, and the only thing it's asking is that your opponent doesn't have a chump blocker? Yeah, I like this card a lot. A whole lot. I gave it a straight up just B. John, am I wrong?
I think it's like it's just a C plus for me.
Okay.
Because it's slow and like, you know, it's expensive, right? Like 4 cost just to get the Amplify 1. So like you can't just jam a ton of these in your deck, right? Like you're not going to be happy playing this for any less than 4 like ever. Like I do think that's pretty good though. I think that's like a C plus, even though it's not a trick. It's like a good way to push damage while replacing itself. Like I do like the effect a lot. And like the opportunity to amplify for more than that, it makes it, you know, pretty good. Definitely.
See, and I see this as a role similar to D'Angelo's Might, right? I see myself playing this on 7 or 8, turn 7 or 8 with maybe a 4/4 or something, and being able, like, you obviously want to connect, right? I mean, that's the biggest thing. So you have to adjust it.
Straight shut down. They just chump block it, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. And maybe you're right.
That's a big issue. That's a big difference.
Well, the flip side too is that it gives flying, so there is a chance that if you don't have anything in the air, your opponent could be swinging at you. I don't know. I mean, yeah, I should know the way the games are going to play out for me. I'll have this in hand. My opponent will have just a 1/1 flyer just sitting there the entire game for no good reason. So I get it.
If your unit has overwhelm, that kind of mitigates that issue for sure.
Which I don't think we've seen that in Justice, right? I think we saw Warcry and Valor. I don't think we've seen overwhelm.
Yeah, I'm not sure about the draft packs, but I know there was some in Primal, which is one of the colors here.
Yeah, Primal and man,
I like
time right now.
I like the concoction a lot, but I'm on a C plus as well.
Okay, fair enough. You guys are the voice of reason and went with C plus. Argenport Blueprints. Draw Justice Sigil or Shadow Sigil for 1. If you have triple Argenport, you can play your Heirloom. You can sack it for 7 to draw 2 units from your Void and give them Aegis and Endurance. John?
Yeah, I think this one is a C plus for me. I think this is kind of worth prioritizing, right?
Yep. I'm actually on B minus with this one because of paying.
Yeah, that's consistent with our ratings for all of these, right? Like that's my high rating for these. So.
Yeah, got you. Fair. All right, Alex?
Yep. John's right. B minus for this one.
Yeah, I think the fact that it comes down so late in the game means that you're going to have 1 or 2 things in your Void that you're going to want to get back, that your opponent probably burnt their removal spell or double blocked to get rid of it. And just getting that back could be absolutely backbreaking. All right, Collapse. This card has seen some attention. This is a 2 Argenport fast spell at uncommon. Discard a card to kill an enemy unit, curse, or sight. So this is like the best version of Combust, right? Because it's even a fast speed and you don't have to have a unit play, just a card in your hand.
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is about second best premium removal we have in the set, right?
I think so.
Yeah, I gave it a B minus. It could probably just be a straight B, honestly. You just know when you have this in hand, you keep a power, just a card you're willing to pitch, a 1-drop, a 2-drop or something. That way it kind of plays that combust role, or, you know, that path cutter that still gives you a bonus when it goes to the void. What do you think, John? B or B minus?
I mean, I said B plus even. This is like,
oh, okay, got you.
This is a very powerful removal. I think it's like, you know, rating wise on par with the other most powerful one we saw earlier. But
yeah,
and this can like feed some synergies in your deck as well potentially. But like it's draft, like at the point in the game where you gotta get rid of that unit, you'll have, you know, you don't mind sandbagging a power for this or whatever.
You know what's funny is that we keep talking about this discard deck and the enablers and the payoff, and yet I haven't seen, minus that one relic, which seems extremely clunky. I have yet to see the payoff for being the discard deck.
Yeah, it's like so weird that like they're trying to like tease us with this, but I just don't see it. Like, I mean, this is at the common and uncommon, right? So
yeah, and this is also a new mechanic, so to speak. So it's not even like the draft packs can give us fuel for it either, right?
Well, there can be some synergy, but like, yeah. I mean, these cards are all making waves and constructed, but like, you know, the fact that they're all commons and uncommons means they're doing something to the draft format here for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. Alex, where do you finish off on collapse?
B, straight up great removal.
Okay, fair enough. All right, we'll go with B then, since I went B minus and we got a B plus. So I think it would have been too hard to talk me up to B plus, but Alex evened this out, so easy peasy.
Yep.
This is another good value card. I think this is such an Argenport card, to be completely honest with you. Perfect attrition and value card. 3/2 Diangolo Racketeers is a rogue for 4 Argenport. So 3/2 for 4, but it gets better. When Diangolo Racketeers goes to your void, so once again, you can discard it or you can die in combat, etc., etc. You may pay 2 to play a 4/3 back alley bouncer. Yeah, this is fantastic. I think the value of this card is great. I think it is solid value, solid attrition, good on its own, good with the upside. I like this card a lot. Let me just double check. I give it a B minus, and I think that's correct, because I think both sides of it trades for a card, so you're still kind of getting a 2-for-1.
I would like if it did it without having to pay 2, then easily. Yeah. But since you have to pay 2, I'm at a C plus.
And I have the exact same thing to say as Alex about it, because your opponent will just kill it with a free char when you don't have 2 power available or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but and see, in my mind, they only have one window. They have the turn 4 that I play this to kill it, and if not, I don't think you're hard pressed to leave up 2 power for the rest of the game. Like, I mean, I get it. You could have a 5-drop to play the next turn, so it's not completely locked in, but I don't know. I think you can adjust based on what you're playing around as well, right? So if you're playing against fire or Skycrag in general, then you obviously, they have multiple ways of dealing 2 damage, but some of the other colors like Praxis or not Praxis, Time doesn't really have a way to deal 2 damage. So anywho, fair. C plus, easy peasy. I'm good with that. Feln blueprints. Once again, primal or shadow sigil, triple Feln. You get your heirloom, sack it for 7 to draw 3 cards, then discard 3 cards. I mean, that's a lot of filtering and sculpting, but you know, you're not up. Well, you draw first. So I guess if you have 1 card in hand, you draw 3, you discard 3, keeping the best 1. Yeah, C. So let's you dig deeper. I'm between C and C plus. Alex, is this a C plus for you or a C?
This one's a C plus for me.
And then John, you're on C with this one, I think.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'll go with C. I think cool. I mean, I guess if you know you have it, you're gonna sandbag some power, right? So I think you can kind of play around that way.
Yes and no.
You're also playing your power to get to 7.
Yeah, exactly.
So yeah, I'll go with C. All right, next up, Surprise Raid. 2 Feln for a spell. Lifesteal, deal 2 damage to an enemy. If you have a hidden unit, draw a card. Okay. I mean, not super exciting, not super great. I just gave it a C. You have a window, right, where the hidden card is going to stay hidden, but half your stealth cards flip on their own, or you want to flip them to trigger something. So I think most of the time you're just fine dealing 2 damage for 2 at slow speed just to get something out of the way, right? We like Blitz for that point. This is kind of the same, not as good, but still there. So yeah, that's fun. I gave it just a straight C. John?
Yeah, I think just the fact that it's like able to replace itself makes it a little, you know, without, it's not that hard to play a 3-drop and play this or whatever, right?
Mm-hmm.
To make sure that it does it. The only bad part is you're playing a stealth unit. So hopefully those are good ones. But I gave it a C+. And like it can go face, which is kind of nice too.
Okay, fair. Alex?
John took what I was going to say that you could go face. So I like it at C+ as well.
Yep. You guys sold it. Surprise raid, you get a C+. Oh, it's so cute. Forging Trito is a 3/1 Grenadine Slothed uncommon for 3 film, stealth, and tomb. Play a 1/1 Razorbot with deadly. When Forging Trito hits the enemy player, increases in tomb by 1. I think this thing is fine on its own because you're still getting a second unit that has a very high chance of trading up. And if it does make contact one time, getting 2 deadly Razorbots with this is, I mean, that's really darn close to Aerox status, right? So I think this card is pretty solid, honestly. So I give it a C+. The X1 is a liability. And once again, same thing as usual. We talked about stealth units being magnets for removal, etc., etc. But at the very least, once again, they burn something to kill this, and then you're stuck with a 1/1 Razorbot with deadly, and they just are shy 1 piece of removal, so it has a higher chance of sticking around to get rid of those bigger units. So yeah, I like this guy. I gave this little guy a C+. John?
I don't have anything to add really, and gave it the same score.
Alex?
Yeah, this guy's great. C+.
Nice. Prism Stone is a 1
Home
factionless.
stretch. No, really.
Oh yeah, shoot, that's right. That was the last of multi-faction. So these last ones are our factionless cards. First up is we don't have any signposts actually, so that's interesting. No, we kind of went from very signposty multi-faction cards to like very open.
Yeah.
Like each set has the blueprint, a common, and an uncommon, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but I mean they're just generic.
They're
not like this is what you want to be doing.
There's more things, but they're more vague as far as what you're doing, you know.
Yeah, like literally the only deck that I feel has a quote unquote theme is the Argenport discard deck, and we haven't seen anything that makes me want to play that deck in the slightest. I'm just gonna play the good Argenport cards and call it a day.
Yep.
Like in fact, the best discard Argenport card is that Sentinel that discards to itself. So it's the entire deck synergy in one card.
Got there.
Yeah, no joke. It is enabler and payoff all on the same card. Boom. You know, if the sets were drafted, I mean, we could see it in the next set. Maybe the next set has more. No, I guess we kind of see it here. Whatever. Anyways, I digress. Anyways, let's go home stretch. Prism Stone is a 1 factionless relic at uncommon. Summon, gain an influence of your choice. Ultimate, pay 3 to give Prism Stone +1 maximum power. Alex, you're our 5-color guru. Are you going to try to play Prism Stone?
I think if you need this in your deck, you would know. And I think it's okay fixing. It's still just like a C- though.
Yeah, I give it an F because it doesn't give you power. And I don't think there's too many relic synergies, right? You have to pay 3 to get the power from it.
But it could be like a 4. Basically, if you pay it on 4, you get a power of your choice, and then it's like getting the Power Stone or whatever, you know?
Mm-hmm.
It's okay.
Yeah. Giving up your turn 4, fair. John, what do you think?
Yeah, like Alex mentioned, I think you know if your deck wants this, right? Like, there's just not a lot of enablers for playing 3 or more factions, and this is one of them. But other than that, I think you don't want to prioritize this. It's a little too slow for the effect, and most decks don't really care about that influence that much. And I gave it a D+, so somewhere in the middle of you guys.
All right, so D+ then.
Sure.
We'll go with D+. Yeah, maybe if there was more relic synergies, right? If we had Consuming Greed or something in this format, then it might go up.
D+ is fine, I think.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah, in a future iteration, it might be good.
Yeah, exactly. And that's, I mean, we're definitely not going to, I mean, I guess it's worth mentioning because that is the game we play, but I don't want to go too far in depth on what ifs, right?
Yes.
At least in the meantime. Camouflage Soldier is next. This is a 2/2 soldier at uncommon for 3 factionless, obviously. Stealth, and then Intrigue 2. +2/+2. I feel like you're just always going to play this for 5, and I think it's reasonable. It's not amazing, but we've seen a couple of 4/4s for 5 that do some stuff, right? I think it's serviceable. This is completely fine. It's 100% filler, but you're not completely disappointed to play it. So I gave it a straight up C. What do you think, Alex?
Yeah, it's pretty much what it is for me as well. Not too much to add.
John?
C-.
Ooh, okay, fair enough. Well, even out at a C. All right, John, why don't you tell us about Hired Cutthroat? That is a 3/1 soldier for 3 factionless with stealth.
Yeah, I think if your stealth unit dies to a ping, you want some real upside to hope for, and here there's no hope.
It's so bad.
So it's just a D?
Okay, all right, Alex?
Or it's like the red one, but you don't get the rampage.
Yeah.
You avoid playing this thing for sure. The D, but grudgingly playable, maybe.
All right, yep, fair. I had it in C- just because it could trade with 2 and 3 drops, right? But I mean, yeah, I was thinking of the upside, but I mean, I begrudgingly draft these, and I think I've only played 1 in all my draft decks because I just needed a 3 drop. I was like, all right, I don't have enough 3s. Let me put 1 in there. Alex, and you take the very last card, Manufactured Force. Super cool artwork. It's a 3/1 simulacrum for 3 factionless, and then it has stealth. So the flip side of the Hired Cutthroat. What do you think about it?
Yeah, it's also very sad. It's like, I feel like they thought they had to throw in some factionless stealth units in and just kind of threw these together because they're just all kind of meh. Yeah, this guy's a D+, C-. I don't know, John. What do you think?
In a world where your 2 drops cost 3.
Right?
Fair enough.
You just want to be somewhere else.
Yep. Fair enough. D.
D-.
All right, D-. We'll roll with that. D-. Yeah, I think 1Xs are extremely cost ineffective in this world with Valor. They just don't pull their weight at all. So, but all right, guys, that did it. We're done.
Got
Holy
there.
cow. Hopefully I'll find out how long this took, but so in regards of cutting it and keeping it short, that's gonna do it, guys. Thank you so much for tuning in. This was the common and uncommon set review. Next week we will do the rares and legendaries, and then we will have our first impressions following that. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Really do appreciate it. Have fun drafting this new format. Feel free to give us feedback on the cards if you've played them more than we have. And until next time, as always, happy gaming.
Good night.
Good luck in your draft queues, everyone.